Welcome back to Grand Junction Motor Speedway. We're ready and set to go for the first rounds of some heat racing action, beginning with the Junior Max class. On pole, Gage Korn ahead of Nick Eggleston and Xander Malatesta there in that third spot. Antoine Lemieux and Kyle Drysdale rounds out your top five here in a very close championship battle that will come down to the final race of the day. Yesterday we saw Eggleston take advantage of some of the mistakes that Gage Korn made, but ultimately in the final it was Gage Korn that came out on top, getting around Eggleston with only a couple of laps to go to complete the last to first challenge. This is a much easier task here for Gage Korn, having to start on pole position, but nothing is easy in a class like this, with how close this championship battle has been all through the first 7 rounds. 1 round to go, and it's today to decide who will get the ticket to the grand finals. We'll find out later this afternoon. However, it's about ready for the first heat race of the day. Green flag is about to be waved for these young drivers. Gage Korn and Eggleston front row. Malatesta, Lemieux second row. Green flag is out. Gage Korn with a great start over the rest of the field. Malatesta is going to sneak into second place there. Eggleston slots into third. Lemieux going to try to get around Drysdale for fourth, and I believe he's gotten it done, but around the outside, Drysdale holds on to that one. Crossover move. They're side by side for fourth. However, out front, it's Korn, Malatesta, and Eggleston. The battle for fourth rages on. The leaders are starting to pull away here early. 1 lap is underway here. There's Lemieux inside and through on Drysdale. Drysdale's going to lose a handful of spots to that one. He goes from 4th down to 6th, make it 7th almost in this one. Behind him, Cadence Presley. The battle is going to continue to rage on. Out front, Malatesta has had a storming opening lap here, all over the rear bumper now of Gage Korn after that great start we saw from the MPG driver. Malatesta hot on his tail, and then behind him, Nick Eggleston. Malatesta is a little bit out of the championship battle heading into this weekend. It's really down to Eggleston and Lemieux to take it away from Gage Korn. So if Eggleston has anything to say about it, his one goal today will be to finish ahead of Gage Korn. There's a move to the inside and through. Nick Eggleston down the inside, makes the stick of Malatesta. Now he's going to be hoping that Malatesta works with him to catch up to the likes of Gage Korn.
Eggleston tries to play the defense now as they work their way down the back half of the racetrack. All that's well. That 4th place on back grouping. Lemieux starting to gain a little bit of distance from the rest of the pack. 277 and 220 starting to fall back to the clutches of Presley as well. All while the top 3 still seeing Korn. He's starting to break away a bit. A dive inside towards the final complex of turns. Send up the inside, makes it stick. That drops things back a little bit that time for the 277. Lemieux still trying to settle things for the 4th on back group.
Yeah, that battle for 5th, with Drysdale, DeChesney, and Presley continues on. Gage Korn last time around 3/10 clear of the field in terms of lap time. You could see it there in the gap, starting to walk away slightly from Nick Eggleston, who had to make a pass on that previous lap. So that is a brief explanation as to why the lap times are as spread out as they are. So this lap right here will give us a bit of a better story as to the actual pace advantage that Gage Korn has on the field. In qualifying, it was incredibly close. It came down to just about 600th of a second between the top 2. How about it for Antoine Lemieux? He has closed that gap. He has left Kyle Drysdale in the dust, and he's all over the bumper now of Xander Malatesta. I cannot wait to see what this lap is for Lemieux, because it looks to be quick here. Crossing the stripe, 55-1 for Gage Korn. Purple for Antoine Lemieux in the toe now of Malatesta. Lemieux heads into this weekend 2nd place in the points, ahead of Eggleston. Had a pretty solid day yesterday, needs a better day today if he wants to contend for that top spot in the championship. This performance right here is going to help. Look for move to the inside. There it is. Late braking and makes it work on Xander Malatesta, who gives him enough room. Doesn't want to fight it too hard. Decides, you know what? If you're faster than me, let's work together. Let's catch up to the group in front of us who are starting to walk away here.
And Malatesta has been consistently slipping up on time as the past few laps have gone on, up to 2-3 tenths slower. Ascend behind them. Drysdale, Presley still in the midst of the fight. Now the send going up inside. Presley makes it stick. They go through turn 12 and 13. Presley tries to play the defense, working towards the edge of the curbing. All while Lemieux still tries to set the pace forward for the next couple laps. Already cross flags next time by. That battle up towards the front. Eccleston trying to keep it a race. Look, Lemieux, he has been on the charge, has been the fastest car outside of Korn for 3 of the past 4 laps.
Antoine Lemieux on the charge, but after getting around Malatesta, Xander has, stayed close enough to the bumper of Lemieux to where if, they have a chance to get to Eggleston, he might be able to be within striking distance. He's still in the toe of Lemieux, but seems to be starting to lose that draft ever so slightly. That battle for 4th and 5th rages on there. That's Presley, goes way wide with 3 corners to go there. That's going to let Drysdale and DeChesney through. That's a costly mistake there for Cadence Presley, who had a great opening couple of laps here in this heat race. We're about halfway home here in the first heat for the Junior Max class, and Gage Korn, the only driver to be in the 54-second bracket. 54.946 extends his advantage over Nick Eggleston, but it's a 1.3 seconds now between himself and Korn. The battle for 3rd is starting to rage on there between Lemieux and Malatesta. After getting around Malatesta, it seems as though Xander at this point of the race is as quick, if not quicker. Last time around, Lemieux still put a 10th on him, but you can see how close it is. That is the closest battle on the racetrack as it stands. That's the battle for 3rd position. You want to be on the inside around this place because the first 2 corners are a double right-hander. So this is important in terms of, helping your average for the start in the final. For those of you back at home, maybe you didn't watch yesterday, the 2 heat races that you do today, the average finish is how you start for the main event. So these heat races are very important. Also, this is a championship battle. This is the last round of an 8-round series here for the U.S. Trophy West. And there's 55 points on the line for each of the 2 heat races, and the final 165 points on the line. To put that into perspective, heading into this weekend, Gage Korn had all but 7 points ahead of Antoine Lemieux. That is the differential of about 2 positions here in the U.S. Trophy West Series. So it is all still up for grabs, but for Gage Korn, he's doing everything he needs to do at the moment to make sure that that championship is his.
Outside of getting very loose there on the entry to turn 11, it's been near perfect for Korn for the entire day today. Session to session has already showcased that he's got lots of pace, especially short run. He's still the fastest on track by a 10th a lap. So I think it's just about making sure he doesn't make mistakes right here. He did mention in some of the chats with Kart Chaser Kids coming into the week in the past few days, in fact, from Texas, that he had some engine troubles from that previous round you were talking about out in Amarillo. He talked about how he was hoping for big things and a big moment if he can get things done here today after the jump from mini up to junior and straight to a championship.
Yeah, that's what's been so impressive to me watching Gage Korn this year is, that jump up to junior. It hasn't really seemed to phase him at all. And matter of fact, he's taken it, like a duck to water. So it has been really cool to see Gage Korn, being one of the youngest here in this Junior Max class and showing them how it's done. Super consistent lap times, by the way, at 54.9 2 laps ago, 55 flat, and now back into the 54.9s. The only driver to be in the 54s this heat race, and he's done it on multiple occasions. The pace on board that MPG machine just continues to show itself here in this heat race. With just a couple laps to go, you see Gage Korn make a small adjustment there to the radiator flap there, just adjusting the engine temperature to make sure that it maintains in that window that he would like it to maximize the horsepower out of that engine. 2.2 seconds is the gap behind him to Nick Eggleston, who, for all we know, maybe Eggleston decides the start wasn't great. Let's conserve some tires for the next heat race. But watching the attitude of these go-karts, I think they're all pushing to the best of their abilities. Gage Korn just has the number right now.
Yeah, Korn's been the lightning rod when it comes to pace here today. That car hasn't had any troubles, like Texas has had no troubles in terms of getting the line down. Yet again, still gaining at least a 10th lap on the interval. Things have settled down, I think, and for a lot of drivers, it's just now conserve tire. a little bit more so. You can still push while doing so. It's a talent by saving while trying to push. But it is something that some people over the years can find where you go maybe the 75% instead of the 100 to make sure you conserve the rubber. A lot of sliding there. Then we see him slide across the curbing.
Yeah, using all the racetrack there is Nick Eggleston, proving that, he's still trying to get everything out of that go-kart, but with only 3 corners to go here to navigate for Gage Korn before he claims victory here in the first of 2 heat races today. Gage Korn wins heat number 1 in Junior Max. Behind him, Nick Eggleston, 2.6 seconds behind. Then it's Antoine Lemieux, Xander Malatesta, Kyle Drysdale in 5th. Mason DeChesney in 6th. Cadence Presley rounds out your Junior Max field. Very spread out here, more than we've seen in the past compared to yesterday, but Gage Korn just proving why he is your points leader. Eggleston's going to have to go back to the drawing board slightly here. Lap time-wise, similar to Gage Korn, but over the course of a 10-minute heat race, Gage was able to have all the answers. That's your first of 4 heat races done and dusted. When we come back, it's time for Mini and Micro Max.
Colin, I need a new 219 chain. I need a 77 tooth sprocket. I need some more chain lube, and I need it probably as soon as tomorrow. Dude, are you even listening? We need this to run this weekend.
Want anything else?
What do you mean?
I already got it in the Kart on Acceleration Kart Racing's online store, bro. All orders over $200 get free shipping.
Oh, throw in a set of tires.
Done.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free on orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Shop akr.com.
Are you looking for an advantage in your competition? Well, Car Class has done the hard work for you. We've traveled to your racetracks to give you the inside knowledge. So what does Car Class offer? We've got drone footage that captures the racing lines, visual markers for your braking points, acceleration zones, and the best overtake opportunities on your racetrack. Pedal cam to show you where to brake and when to accelerate, and 360-degree footage to make sure you don't miss any parts on the racetrack. We've covered 13 racetracks in the United States, and Australia, you're up next. So visit carclass.com to get your track information.
Can you hear it? 1 week where the silence is broken. "394 drivers, 60 nations, united in their goal to be the best, the very best."
This is the most equal race in the whole world. I will win. There's no opportunity.
No one has ever won Junior, Senior and DD2 before, and that's what we're aiming for this week.
1 week where every second counts. Every corner, every pass. The competition does not get tougher than this, closer than this, more intense than this. Seven days full of pride, passion, your nation, your roots. Our family is united from all corners of the globe, now together as one. 1 week to change your future, your career, your life. The time is now. Be bold, be brave, be brilliant. Stand tall and celebrate. This is your week. And when all is said and done, and the silence returns, 12 months of hard work is about this week. 1 week. The 2022.
Welcome back here for the opening stages of Heat racing action for round 8 and the final round of the U.S. Trophy West Series. This is Mini and Micro Max getting ready to take the green flag. There's a look at Isaac Payne there. Looks as though he's the lone Mini Max go-kart taking the green flag as it stands at the moment. It's a staggered start between Mini and Micro, but with Isaac Payne by himself, essentially a free victory there for the 177 machine. He'll take the green flag. Behind him, however, it's Micro Max. That's going to be Cam Becker on pole position ahead of Connor Lipka. And then it's Sebastian Johnson as well as Tyson Underwood there. Lucas Tarango didn't make it out for qualifying. He starts at the tail end of this Micro Max field. Green flag is out. What a start. Up the inside and through the middle goes, I believe, Tyson Underwood. He made it 3 wide. He snuck his way up to the top spots. And then it's going to be Cam Becker in second. Connor Lipka in third there. Wow. What an incredible start there for the driver who started in 5th place, Tyson Underwood. There's Becker in second. That is Connor Lipka third. Behind him, that's Sebastian Johnson in 4th. In 5th, that's Paxton Romero. That's Lucas Tarango. He's up 3 spots already into the 8th position so far in the Micromax class. Really incredible stuff there. Way wide up on the curbing goes Underwood. They're side by side for first place. Side by side further back as well. Becker to the inside and through. Tarango goes through as well, up in a 7th. Crossover move now. Underwood and Becker has to give way though. Cam Becker back up to where he started on pole position still. Tyson Underwood, after starting in that 4th spot in Micromax, he finds himself in 2nd. His teammate in tow. It's a Kart 2-3, and then Paxton Romero is going to make it 4th place, but no. Round the outside, Sebastian Johnson holds on. Side by side further back. That's 1 drive around. That's going to be Braxton Mayers. He spun around at the exit of turn number 2. His heat race essentially over. Look how close they are here. That's Johnson and Romero going at it sideways. Under braking is Paxton Romero. Behind those two, Lucas Tarango has joined the party. He's already up into the 6th spot here in Micromax.
Yeah, Tarango is going to be the interesting one the rest of the way. If he's already gotten to this point and not even just before the halfway point of this race, you're going to have to keep an eye on the 7 the rest of the way here. What a recovery for Tarango. Didn't have the car ready for the qualifying is the understanding. He's already been rapid pace. Looks like Underwood and Lipka up towards the front though are maintaining the tempo, remaining patient in the choo-choo train, all while Becker is starting to gain more momentum for the front straightaway and to the first sector, side by side for first. The change around of the teammates. Lipka makes the pass on Underwood.
Lipka through there, gives the signal to his teammate, says let's work together. Let's catch up to the leader there, Cam Becker, starting to really stretch his legs here in Micromax. Look at the gap. That's about 5, 6, maybe 7 car length advantage over the drivers in 2nd and 3rd. 4th is still Sebastian Johnson ahead of Romero, ahead of Tarango, trying to find a way around. He was able to make quick work of the 3 he started behind in 10th there. He's up to 6th now. Romero up to 4th to the inside of Sebastian Johnson. He's gonna make a stick. Whoa, Lucas Tarango clipped the right rear. Sebastian Johnson caught a bit of air there. Bit of wheelie time here at Micromax, but puts all 4 tires back on the ground, stays facing the right direction. A good run down the front straightaway for Tarango. Potential move to the inside incoming. Not going to happen. Later on the brakes is Sebastian Johnson, but for Lucas Tarango, if he wants any chance at a heat race victory, he needs to start making quick work of the two in front of him. These three, as it stands at the moment, are working well enough together to where they continue at the pace that they are on. They may be able to catch up to these two right here. Speaking of these two, they are catching up to the rear bumper of Cam Becker. Last time around, they were a little bit faster than the MPG driver, but with Lipka being quicker than Underwood, he's starting to pull away from the draft, and all of a sudden, those two drivers are not going to be able to work together if Underwood starts falling back to the clutches of Romero, Johnson, and Tarango. This race is really starting to heat up here. Lap 5 is almost complete. We're about to start lap 6 of 8. 3 laps to go here for our Micromax drivers. This time around, let's see what the gap is between your top two drivers. Isaac Payne out front leads in Minimax. The lead for Cam Becker is over a second now between himself and Connor Lipka. He's the only driver in the 59-second bracket here in Micromax. So Lipka, Underwood starting to lose ground to the lead again. Further back, Underwood, Romero, Sebastian Johnson, Tarango. They're not matching the pace of what Lipka and Becker are doing.
Yeah, Tarango, if anything, looks almost boxed in right now with how things are shaping up in the battle for fifth position. Still staying lockstep, waiting to see if Johnson slips up. That seems to be the weaker of the links. Tarango still providing the pressure to the back end. No real chances for a dive or a lunge at the moment as they get ready to close out the lap here. Tarango getting checked up all over the number plate. Still can't find a way to poke as they go through turns 12 and 13. Coming up to the front straightaway this time by.
We're going to see 2 laps to go here for our youngest class in the series here, Micro Max. This is the closest battle that we see on the racetrack. It's the battle for 4th. Romero, Johnson, Tarango. They've been going at it all race long, and with 2 to go here, 2.5 laps to go for our Micro Max class. Does anybody peek a nose into turn number 5? Yes, Johnson inside and through. Not going to be through. Wow. Paxton Romero rips the outside and makes a stick. Lucas Tarango, opportunistic move there to the inside of Johnson. He was all out of shape at the exit of 5 and lost his spot now to Tarango. So from trying to make a move happen, he lost a spot at the end of it all. Sebastian Johnson falls down to 5th. Tarango now goes way wide there in turns number 11. Now through 12 and 13 here to see 2 laps to go for Micro Max. Romero versus Lucas Tarango, and now it seems as though after getting around Johnson, the shackles have been unleashed here on the number 7 machine. He's through to the inside and clear. Up to 4th place from last on the grid is Lucas Tarango.
Tarango has played this very well on the recovery, to give him huge credit here. Top 5 after starting dead last in the field. Great run overall, great crossover moves to make the passes, to make things work. But up in front, things look all settled in for Becker in particular in this class. It is the final lap, final time around.
Yeah, Isaac Payne has just crossed the line to see the white flag. So when these Micromax drivers come around, they're going to see the white flag as well. Isaac Payne is going to win in Mini-Max when he comes back around. For Cam Becker, his advantage has grown to 1.3 seconds now over Connor Lipka, Underwood, and others. There's a look at Isaac Payne through the S's, now towards the middle section of the racetrack, and closing out his first heat race victory of the day. The only driver to take the green here in Minimax because Gage Grant didn't make it out onto the racetrack, and Jackson Porter not being out here today as it stands. A few more corners to navigate for Isaac Payne through 12 and 13. He's going to see the checkered flag and win heat number 1 here in Minimax. Further back, here's Cam Becker. He leads now by 1.4 seconds over Connor Lipka. Every single lap, he's extended his advantage by about a 10th over the 44 Comp Kart machine. 3 more corners, climbing the hill for Cam Becker. It looks as almost a Sunday drive for him on an actual Sunday. Going down the hill now, 2 more corners, the left and then the fast right-hander here in the Micromax class. Checker flag in the air. Heat 1 goes to Cam Becker. Connor Lipka just able to eclipse his teammate there Underwood third, Tarango in fourth. A great comeback drive for him. Paxton Romero sixth. Sebastian Johnson rounds out your top 6 in Micro Max.
Well, how about that in terms of the pace? Once again, Becker showcased this after 4 or 5 laps. Tires get up to temp. He runs away. Guess what? He ran away. Started to fall for the end, but Becker's going to be difficult to keep it up with the rest of the day if he keeps this going.
Well, that's Mini and Micro Max done and dusted. You can see on your screen the Masters Max drivers getting ready to take the racetrack, but we'll take a quick commercial break before we see the Masters Max drivers hit the racetrack.
So you finally want to get behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're going to need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com. They got their inventory online and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes?
Yep.
Gloves?
Yep.
Rip protectors?
Got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next? Well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com.
Here at MPG Motorsports, our main goal is to provide the best pathway into professional motorsports for our entire team, drivers and mechanics alike. We're based out of Whiteland Raceway Park in Indiana. For more information, contact us at chase@mpg-motorsports.com.
We're at a commercial break.
Why do you come here? Is this your career?
Or is it all about fun? A chance to get away and leave it all behind?
Or do you chase your personal best? Challenging yourself over and over again. Why do you come here?
Maybe you're here to collect moments. Good ones. And not so good ones.
Or you can't afford mistakes because you want that victory. one moment when the hard work finally pays off.
This is the place that brings us closer to the people who share our story. Whoever we are,
Whatever we're here for, racing is who we are.
Two heat races down, 2 to go before the lunch break here, and it's the Masters Max drivers out on the racetrack and ready to take the green flag. Christopher Mann on pole, Bailey Cleveland in second, that is Clayton Kessler rounding out your top 3, and then it's going to be Michael Haltala and then Renee Bine rounding out your field in Masters Max. If yesterday's driving and today's warm-up qualifying is anything to go off of, this is set to be a very exciting race.
It should be a fun one once again. We've seen already the top 3 in qualifying be right lockstep in terms of pace. This should be another wild one here. Green flag is out. We're underway. Mann and Cleveland lead them off the turn 1. Good start for the inside from Mann. He looks to run as they settle forward. Up to second goes Kessler.
Great start for Christopher Mann. An even better start for Clayton Kessler. Gets around Bailey Cleveland here. Let's see if anybody makes a move to the inside in turn number 5. Decides better of it. These 3 drivers, you saw it yesterday. I expect to see more of it today here in these longer races. This is a 10-lap heat race. There'll be 16. The main event will be later on in the afternoon. But for Bailey Cleveland, this is the exact situation that he was in yesterday. Sat in third for a majority of the heat races and the feature race, but at the end of the day, he came out on top. He loves playing this chess game where he just sits behind, learns from the drivers, conserves tires, and has, better equipment at the end of the race than the drivers around him because he conserves his piece underneath him. So far, so good for Christopher Mann. A half-second advantage over the field as it stands. Way wide is Clayton Kessler. That mistake is not going to do him any good at all. I will say he did carry good speed through turn 1 and 2, so it didn't cost him all too much. And I think Bailey Cleveland, with that error in front of him, had to check up in turn 2. Lost the draft slightly, but close enough to where it shouldn't affect them all too much. Now down the hill through the S's, you can see the advantage that you have being the driver in second, being the driver in third. Having that rabbit to chase is always something that I enjoy whenever I'm out on the racetrack, and I think it's working out for Kessler and Cleveland. Something else to note here, this is a dusty racetrack, and with drivers, dropping tires inevitably and putting dust onto the racetrack, it's hard to be the leader around here. It's something that we see at a track like Newcastle as well, where there's dirt around the racetrack, and if you drop a tire, it is harder to lead. And so being a driver in second and third, watching the leader go through, a corner, if you ever see the leader kind of make a mistake, it's probably because there might have been a bit of dirt on the racetrack that they didn't know of the lap prior. So it's an extra curveball for these drivers to have to go out there and navigate.
They've been handling the curveballs overall very well so far. That's the main thing. Mann still working his way well through the S's so far. Out to turn 10. He's right now averaging about a 10th a second gain over the rest of the field here. Looks like a little bit of an adjustment for Cleveland on the flap there as he reached up with the right side. Kessler in all this has been keeping an eye behind him. If you've kept an eye on his head movements, he keeps looking over the shoulder to make sure where the 658 is in terms of distance. He's now starting to run away from Cleveland in that 608.
Yeah, interesting to see the body languages of the 3 drivers. Mann looks to be pretty calm. Kessler seems to be a little bit more up on the wheel, so to speak, really trying to claw everything out of that comp cart that he can. This time around, a good run out of turn 4 for Cleveland. But look at that. Every time he gets a run on Kessler, he breaks earlier, doesn't want to go for that move, doesn't want to show all his cards too early on in the day. So for Billy Cleveland, that tells me that he feels really confident with the piece underneath him here. We're only 4 laps in to a 10-lap heat race. There's 2 of these before we go feature racing in the afternoon. So for Billy Cleveland, just trying to bide his time, be patient behind Kessler, maybe learn a few things, but at least he's saving his tires being behind him. It's much easier to sit back in the toe of somebody knowing that you have that buffer of, if I lose a couple of, tenths here and there, I have the draft to bring it right back into play. Last time around, Kessler and Cleveland quicker than Christopher Mann last time around. We're halfway home here in heat number 1. You saw Kessler give the signal to Billy Cleveland saying, work with me, and that's exactly what he's doing, giving the push to the rear bumper of the comp kart driver there, and it's working. They've closed that gap to the leader. It's down to about 2 car lengths here, halfway home here in this heat race. I'll be curious to see when Kessler gets to the bumper of Christopher Mann. Will he go by immediately, or will he be patient? We'll have to wait and find out.
Yeah, if anything, right now, remember, these two, you said with the signal, work with me, have been able to work together well. They've been quicker by the past couple laps by a few tenths. Mann has started to fall off a little bit to the point where the draft has now left them within a car length. Kessler's going for it. He sends it inside, looking through turn 3. New race leader is Kessler as he goes through down the banana straight. He looks to run. Now it's Cleveland looking to try and line it up. Mann tries to go defensive, now goes offensive, has to back out of it. Mann resets. That allows Cleveland to stay lockstep as they go to the yeses. Next passing opportunity up towards turn 10 and towards turn 11. Mann and Cleveland starting to lose time as Kessler runs away, coming around to 3 laps to go.
We're about to see 3 to go here for Clayton Kessler. That was a move that we haven't seen all day long. It's an opportunistic move, but it's a move that if you strategically set it up properly, it can pay off. And with the mistake from Christopher Mann in turn 1 and 2, it gave Kessler no other option but to go through in turns 3. And like you mentioned, starting to walk away with this one. So if I'm Billy Cleveland, I'm thinking, okay, I need to go around Christopher Mann very soon here if I want a chance at a heat race victory. No trophy on the line here for a heat race, but it's always good to improve your starting spot for a final. A good run for Billy Cleveland here up to turn 5. No moves being made by either second or third place, but Kessler way wide on the exit there. Wow, Christopher Mann all crossed up going down the hill in the S's. That's been a struggle point for him all day long. I've noticed every couple of laps he'll get all sorts of sideways through that section of the racetrack. Able to hold on, didn't lose too much time to Clayton Kessler. We're almost done with lap 7. We're going to start lap 8 now. This will be 3 to go here, lap 8, 9, and then 10 here. 10 laps is the distance for Heat 1 in this Masters Max class. I will say, with Christopher Mann being the leader, it seemed as though he was falling off, but now that he sits in second in that toe, maybe he learned a few things, maybe he settled down now that he's not, doesn't have that added pressure of being the leader. So the pace has come back here for the 16-18 machine. It's a moment, it's pretty much whether or not he decides to make a move or sit behind Kessler. Kessler still leads. This is a bit of deja vu from yesterday where Kessler was your leader for a majority of the heat races, led most of the final, finished third when it was all said and done. So for Clayton Kessler, he's probably thinking inside that helmet right now, maybe I don't want to be the leader of this group.
Yeah, especially since it seems leader of the group runs away. Kessler was already trying to lower the head, trying to reduce drag to run away. Didn't matter. Within 2-3 laps, like what happened with Mann, everyone rallied back. Now, 2 laps to go. In towards the inside, it's Mann. He sends it hard to turn 1. Too hard. He misses the corner. Mann back to third. Cleveland to second. Kessler holds on. What a send by Mann. So hard he nearly sent it to the mailbox, trying to lick the stamp. Now it's Kessler trying to run away yet again. Cleveland's got the draft though. He looks hard to the inside. Up to the corner. Rattles it through turn 5. Cleveland for the first time all day leads coming up to the white flag this time around.
Wow, Christopher Mann went for the check in chess. Billy Cleveland decides it's almost time for checkmate. Wow, Clayton Kessler thought about a move there, tried to pull what we call the dummy there. Goes inside, then outside, then back inside. Couldn't make it work. 1 corner to go. White flag in the air for Billy Cleveland to claim Heat race number 1 on the day in Masters Max. He has to navigate 13 more corners though. Turn 1 complete. Now for turn 2. Look for move potentially the inside of 3 here. Kessler likes that spot. Doesn't make it happen. Now climbing the hill up towards Banana Straight into turn number 5. The draft is a big factor here up the straightaway. Do a sim move to the inside for many of the drivers. Inside, Clayton Kessler thought about a move there, but Cleveland goes defensive enough to hold on.
Cleveland now tries to look towards the back. Now looks calm for now. Kessler goes on the offensive. One more chance to try and steal it away. Heading to turn 11. Looks too far. Does man try and take a poke? No. Cleveland able to play the game. End up playing the chessboard. Ends up getting checkmate after some huge lunges. Man, one more lunge, but it's Cleveland who win Masters Max Heat 1 over Kessler and Man.
Incredibly impressive to watch Billy Cleveland, navigate a heat race. He sat there in third all race long, let the two in front of him battle it out, and finally let the race come to him, and that's exactly what happened. Led 2 laps, but they're the 2 that mattered most. Billy Cleveland wins heat number 1 in Masters Max. Kessler second, Man third, Haltala, and then Rene Bine. That's your top 5 in Masters Max. What a race here. One more heat race to go before the lunch break, and it's the Senior Max drivers. We'll take a quick commercial break. When we come back, it's time to see Cooper Auclair lead the Senior Max field out onto the racetrack.
So you finally want to get behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're gonna need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com? They got their inventory online and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes?
Yep.
Gloves?
Yep.
Rip protectors?
Got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next? Well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com.
Here at MPG Motorsports, our main goal is to provide the best pathway into professional motorsports for our entire team, drivers and mechanics alike. We're based out of Whiteland Raceway Park in Indiana. For more information, contact us at chase@mpg-motorsports.com.
Studies show that even the best current generation of simulators only convince 50% of the human brain that they are real. Here at Simcraft, that just isn't realistic enough. Developed to offer the most realistic karting sim experience in the world, all testing has shown that the physics engine used in Simcraft's Grid 1 model convinces 90% of the human brain that you are actually on track. Now that is the real deal.
commercial break.
Go-karts are out on the racetrack, and it's Senior Max ready to go for heat number 1 here of 2 heats for round 8 of Race Road Tax's US Trophy West Series presented by XKL Motorsports. We're here at Grand Junction Motor Speedway. It's Cooper Auclair, your points leader, on pole position. Behind him, it's his teammates of Gio Santora, Theo Cacati, as well as Spencer Smith in 4th. Adam Rylance rounds out your top 5. Micah Hendricks there in 6th. Griffin Dowler in 7th position as well. This is shaping up to be a great race. Auclair in warm-up and qualifying had a bit of a pace advantage, but the race is always a different story. Racecraft is what decides it here, but for Auclair, he's proved that he has that too. That's why he is the points leader heading into this weekend, looking to clinch it and win his ticket to Sarno, Italy for a grand finals bid. Green flag is almost getting ready to be waved. Auclair versus Santora. Cacati, Spencer Smith, that's your top 2 rows. Green flag is out. Good start for the inside lane. Auclair takes the top spot. Cacati up to 2nd. Santora's going to try to hold the outside there. Can't make it work. Side by side, further back for 3rd. Cacati to 2nd. Spencer Smith to 3rd. Santora shuffled back outside your top 4. Side by side now, him and Micah Hendricks. That's Adam Radlance up into that 4th spot. Auclair going defensive early on here on Theo Cacati. He's going to maintain the lead. Look at this squabble of go-karts here further back. That's Gio Santora outside the top 7. He's been shuffled way back after that bad start, going way wide on the outside of turn number 1. 4-car breakaway out front. Cacati inside and through on his teammates. Theo up the P1, then Auclair, and then it's a bunch of go-karts further back, side by side there for 3rd. That's Adam Rylance bullying his way up into the top 3 spot. That's the 50-50 color scheme on the go-kart. Auclair back up to the inside and through on his teammate Cacati, but further back, Rylance rocking the 50-50 split between an all red and black go-kart and then a blue and black go-kart with the blue suit. Looks really awesome out there on the racetrack, and that go-kart is seemingly flying right now. Adam Rylance has found new life here. A pretty solid day yesterday, a better start to the day today. Whoa, a major slide there from Landon Bailey. A good crossover move on Dylan Archer. Oh man, Justin, the action is kicking off everywhere we look.
Yeah, it's so far been extremely intense. Am I right when it comes to this so far with the Senior Max? Right now, though, up at the front, with how Cacati and Auclair have been shuffling back and forth, we'll see how they keep the shuffle going. Are they trying to work together to try breakaway as a unit, or are they simply just trying to battle 3rd and 4th, Rylance and Smith, trying to get all the drag reduced as much as possible down the straightaways? A bit of a bobble for Rylance. Smith looks for the send up through turn 3 and slide him up 1, 2, 3 for the neon and white carts.
Look at this. In the toe of Rylance and Smith, it's Griffin Dowler. Started outside your top 7. He has an outside chance at a championship heading into today. He needs to make up a few more spots to get up to where Auclair and Cacati are further up the racetrack. But if these 4 drivers can work together, there is a possibility that they can catch up to the top 2. I'm surprised to see the pace that Griffin Dowler has, that he hasn't tried to make a move on Rylance or Smith. Lap 3 in the books, starting lap 4 of 10. We're about 40% of the way done with this race here. Still 6.5 laps to go for your leader Auclair. Cacati in tow. They're separated by 1/10 and a half. A second back is this group. There goes Griffin Dowler to the inside. There goes Micah Hendricks. A 2-for-1 there. And Adam Rylance is going to fall back to that 6th place spot.
And that's the carefulness needed to have when it comes to some of these sends. If you send it too wrong or too much in the pack or at the wrong time, everyone else is going to be right there to send it back. Speaking of sends, right back of the cross contact. A slide up for the all-red machine. That forces them to reset the grouping there. At this point, Rylance having all the elbows out, trying to stop the bleeding in the heart of this field as they come up to 6 laps to go. Already, the RG Bargies, the elbows now starting to come on in full force mid-pack.
Yeah, the more you begin to battle, the further away your competition goes in front of you. You can see Rylance starting to really have to wheel that go-kart around. Doesn't seem too happy with how his machinery is handling at the moment. Griffin Dowler all over the rear bumper. I wouldn't be surprised at all to see him go around him at the end of Banana straightaway into turn number 5. Rylance goes defensive. Wow! That is a late lunge if I've ever seen one there into the side of Micah Hendricks. Couldn't make it work. That looked like a defensive maneuver turned to offensive by accident. I think he misjudged the braking zone a little bit, and it forced him to make a move up the inside. But for Rylance, that didn't work out. Further back, look at this. A big mess for the battle for 8th. That's Dylan Archer. That's going to be the likes of Landon Billy as well as Joel Lewis in the mix. Side by side further back, that's Landon Billy as well. Gio Santora has gotten through that. He's back up into that 8th position after falling back outside your top 10 earlier on in the race.
Yeah, still wildness. Hendricks has almost been Mr. Excitement when it comes to some of the intensity starting to build up. All for the planned, not planned reasons. After all, a pro shifter racer used to be top 20 as far back as 2022. It's SCUSA competition. That Croc promotion machine having to use all the shifting through all the elevation changes just to be able to hold back and be able to complete a pass here in the midst of this fight with Rylance. Rylance keeps things tight amongst the rumble strips. Off once again towards turn 11. Looking like Rylance looking for the setup yet again. He had the similar tempo like this the last time he lunged it up the inside before, well, he launched it off the curbing into Hendricks.
Starting lap 7 of 10 here. The gap between your leader and second place is 2.5 tenths. That battle will continue to rage on as the race comes to a close, but it's still Dowler versus Rylance. I think Rylance starting to struggle for pace here at the end of this one. He's going to be careful to not lose that 6th place spot. There's battle for 3rd. There's 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th. It is incredibly tight for the mid-pack here after your top 2. This is the battle for 3rd. It's Smith and Hendricks. These two had a pretty solid day yesterday. Spencer Smith was spun around in the final. That ended his hopes at a top 5 finish. Hendricks inside and through. Crossover move incoming side by side, but Hendricks has the advantage. He has the inside for this left-hander. Smith has to give way to Hendricks. Now Hendricks has the sights set on the top 2, but they are 2.5 seconds out front. So this is probably as far as he's going to go here in this heat race, but after yesterday's races, he will definitely take a top 3 finish in the first heat race. But the more that they battle for 3rd and 4th, Griffin Dowler is starting to close the gap here to Spencer Smith. You can see him just in the corner of our frame there. There's Griffin Dowler in the mix. Rylance has refigured out how to find some pace out of that go-kart because all of a sudden he's closed the gap to Griffin Dowler. Look at the curbing that Rylance is taking through the S's. I actually don't think it helped him that much, but it was cool to watch the go-kart go all 4 in the air. Lap 8 almost in the books. We're going to start lap 9 here to see 2 to go to see who can claim that 3rd place spot here in heat number 1.
3rd place with Hendricks in particular, still not even close to done. It's a choo-choo train, at least several cars back up front. Eau Claire and Kakati, they went with the let's work together and run-away strategy. You're 3 seconds up between the two of them. They make the way down the banana straight this time. Eau Claire continues to hug the inside. Kakati near dead even on pace. Kakati trying to see what can he do. Will there be a switch around, or is it simply let's score the points and then focus on the race win? We'll see what they do for the final time around. Kakati keeping things within a car length coming up to the final sector.
Climbing the hill here, 3 corners to go before they see the white flag in the air. Eau Claire doing just enough to maintain about a car length advantage over Theo Kakati, but it wouldn't surprise me at all if with this distance Kakati decides to make a lunge. That was a great exit out of the final corner for Eau Claire. Doesn't have to defend into turn number 1, not into turn 2 either, but turn 3 is a great passing opportunity if you decide to lunge. Decides better of it. Now, onto the back straightaway. They're going to climb the hill up to Banana straightaway into turn number 5. Look at the run Theo Kakati has. You can make a move from here if you decide it. Doesn't want to do that against his teammate. The battle for third rages on. Micah Hendricks pulls away. Here's Griffin Dowler and Smith going side by side down the hill. That's contact. A little bit of smoke. That's all fine and dandy. RG Bargy is part of racing. Back up front, Eau Claire, as it stands, a car length ahead of Kakati, goes defensive. That's going to hinder his exit there. So much racing action happening. Rylance up the inside. They're 3 wide on the exit. That's Spencer Smith taking advantage of that one. Dowler back to 5th. Rylance to 6th. They're going to battle it out for the lead. It's Cooper Eau Claire who wins Heat 1. The battle for 4th goes to Spencer Smith ahead of Dowler, Rylance, and Varney. Travis Varney, what a run there. He was in 10th for most of that one. But with the madness that ensued in the closing laps of Heat number 1, he claims a 7th. Let's run you down your order real quickly here. Cooper Eau Claire wins just ahead of Theo Kakati. Micah Hendricks, after all the battling, he actually claims 3rd by a 1.8 second margin over Spencer Smith, who just ekes out a 4th place over Griffin Dowler. Rylance, we saw him go 3 wide there. He was the biggest loser of that 3 wide battle. He finishes in 6th. Varney 7th. Gio Santora, a great comeback to finish in 8th. Joel Lewis 9th. Landon Billy rounds out your top 10, and then Frederick Lemieux, your second place in the standings in Senior Max points heading into the weekend. She finishes in 11th. Wow, I had to go and catch my breath real quickly here, Justin. That was incredible.
Yeah, that was an exciting one. Dowler in particular had just about everything go wild next to them. Archer and Griffin in particular going to need to see about going back to the drawing board after the lunch break. But in particular, this is huge for Eau Claire. Exactly what they need. Get a 55 on the board, get the W, and go into lunch break knowing you've got control if you keep things right after it.
Well, those 4 heat races that we saw are shaping up to be incredible as the day continues to go on. Mountains in the background. It's time for a lunch break, 1 hour, and then we will be right back to go for the second round of heat racing action and then the features later in the afternoon. Don't go anywhere. It's time for some lunch.
So you will finally want to get behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're going to need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com. They got their inventory online and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes?
Yep.
Gloves?
Yep.
Rip protectors?
Got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next? Well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com.
Here at MPG Motorsports, our main goal is to provide the best pathway to professional motorsports for our entire team, drivers and mechanics alike. We're based out of Whiteland Raceway Park in Indiana. For more information, contact us at chase@mpg-motorsports.com.
Studies show that even the best current generation of simulators only convince 50% of the human brain that they are real. Here at Simcraft, that just isn't realistic enough. Developed to offer the most realistic karting sim experience in the world, all testing has shown that the physics engine used in Simcraft's Grid 1 model convinces 90% of the human brain that you are actually on track. Now that is the real deal.
commercial brick.
Are you looking for an advantage in your competition? Well, Kart Class has done the hard work for you. We've travelled to your racetracks to give you the inside knowledge. So what does Kart Class offer? We've got drone footage that captures the racing lines, visual markers for your braking points, acceleration zones, and the best overtake opportunities on your racetrack. Pedal cam to show you where to brake and when to accelerate, and 360-degree footage to make sure you don't miss any parts on the racetrack. We've covered 13 racetracks in the United States, and Australia, you're up next. So visit kartclass.com to get your track information.
Here at MPG Motorsports, our main goal is to provide the best pathway into professional motorsports for our entire team, drivers and mechanics alike. We're based out of Whiteland Raceway Park in Indiana. For more information, contact us at chase@mpg-motorsports.com.
Can you hear it? 1 week where the silence is broken. "394 drivers, 60 nations, united in their goal to be the best, the very best."
This is the most equal race in the whole world. I will win. There's no opportunity.
No one has ever won junior, senior and DD2 before, and that's what we're aiming for this week.
1 week where every second counts. Every corner, every pass. The competition does not get tougher than this, closer than this, more intense than this. 7 days full of pride, passion, your nation, your roots. Our family is united from all corners of the globe, now together as one. 1 week to change your future, your career, your life. The time is now. Be bold, be brave, be brilliant. Stand tall and celebrate. This is your week. And when all is said and done, and the silence returns, 12 months of hard work is about this week. 1 week. The 2022 Rotax Grand Finals.
Why do you come here? Is this your career?
Or is it all about fun? A chance to get away and leave it all behind?
Or do you chase your personal best? Challenging yourself over and over again. Why do you come here?
Maybe you're here to collect moments. Good ones. And not so good ones.
Or you can't afford mistakes because you want that victory. It's all about this one moment when the hard work finally pays off.
This is the place that brings us closer to the people who share our story. Whoever we are,
Whatever we're here for, racing is who we are.
We're at a commercial break.
Colin, I need a new 219 chain. I need a 77 tooth sprocket. I need some more chain lube, and I need it probably as soon as like tomorrow. Dude, are you even listening? Like, we need this to run this weekend.
Want anything else?
What do you mean?
I already got it in the Kart on Acceleration Kart Racing's online store, bro. All orders over $200 get free shipping.
Oh, throw in a set of tires.
Done.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free on orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Shop AKR.com.
Studies show that even the best current generation of simulators only convince 50% of the human brain that they are real. Here at Simcraft, that just isn't realistic enough. Developed to offer the most realistic karting sim experience in the world, all testing has shown that the physics engine used in Simcraft's Grid 1 model convinces 90% of the human brain that you are actually on track. Now that is the real deal.
So you will finally want to get behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're gonna need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com? They got their inventory online and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes?
Yep.
Gloves?
Yep.
Rip protectors?
Got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next? Well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com.
Here at MPG Motorsports, our main goal is to provide the best pathway into professional motorsports for our entire team, drivers and mechanics alike. We're based out of Whiteland Raceway Park in Indiana. For more information, contact us at chase@mpg-motorsports.com.
Studies show that even the best current generation of simulators only convince 50% of the human brain that they are real. Here at Simcraft, that just isn't realistic enough. Developed to offer the most realistic karting sim experience in the world, all testing has shown that the physics engine used in Simcraft's Grid 1 model convinces 90% of the human brain that you are actually on track. Now that is the real deal.
So you will finally want to get behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're gonna need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com? They got their inventory online and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes?
Yep.
Gloves?
Yep.
Rip protectors?
Got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next? Well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com.
Here at MPG Motorsports, our main goal is to provide the best pathway into professional motorsports for our entire team, drivers and mechanics alike. We're based out of Whiteland Raceway Park in Indiana. For more information, contact us at chase@mpg-motorsports.com.
Why do you come here? Is this your career?
Or is it all about fun? A chance to get away and leave it all behind?
Or do you chase your personal best? Challenging yourself over and over again. Why do you come here?
Maybe you're here to collect moments. Good ones. And not so good ones.
Or you can't afford mistakes because you want that victory. It's all about this one moment when the hard work finally pays off.
This is the place that brings us closer to the people who share our story. Whoever we are,
Whatever we're here for, racing is who we are.
set to go for the second of our heat groups here today, as Rotex RMC US Trophy West action gets set to continue on once more here from Grand Junction, Colorado. Justin Prince, Alexander Early will be joining us in the next moment or so as we get set for the second of our heat rotations. The Junior Max Series is on track, and it's getting set for what's expected to be a busy time once again here this afternoon. So far today, we've seen some exciting racing here at the racetrack. Last time out, it was Korn who picked up a win by 2.6 seconds to begin the day when it comes to this side of the car. Now, the second heat race is all set to get going. We're glad to have you with us once again here on Kart Chaser. Our second of heat racing rotations now begins. Green flag is out, and we are underway once again. It's the Junior Max on track through 1 and 2.
Good start there for Nix Eggleston, able to take the top spot away from Gage Korn. Malatesta in third, Drysdale, another great start just like he had in Heat 1, up inside the top 5. Lemieux there sits in fourth, looking for a move on the inside of Malatesta. He's through into P3. That's an important move there in the championship for Antoine Lemieux if he wants a chance to take the top spot away from Gage Korn. But speaking of the championship, this is the battle we've been watching since yesterday. Nix Eggleston versus Gage Korn. Korn up the hill, inside and clear on Nix Eggleston after a great start. Crossover move there. What an exit. The 224 machine rockets off turn number 10, makes that move stick. He's back to the point now, and all this fighting brings Antoine Lemieux back into the mix. 3-kart breakaway out front. They pulled away from Xander Malatesta in fourth. Drysdale all over the bumper. Look at that. Gage Korn way wide in turn 1. Lemieux says, thank you very much. I'll take second place. This is a much more fierce start to this heat race than we had in heat number 1. Gage Korn is on the back foot now, up, down in third place. Inside, though, reclaims that second spot. Important there for Gage Korn. He knows where he stands in the championship as it stands at the moment. 2 laps into a 10-lap main event. He came into today as your points leader, but only by a very small margin over Lemieux and Eggleston. Either of these 3 can still win it. Wow, late lunge. What a move. Antoine Lemieux pushes Gage Korn wide. Look at Xander Malatesta, ever the opportunist. He makes it stick, a 2-for-1. Buy one, get one free in turn 10. Wow, from fourth to second, Gage Korn now has to defend from Kyle Drysdale, who's looking to the inside. He might make a move stick into turn 1. That's going to work. Gage Korn falls back to fifth.
And what a change from what we talked about for the start of the day. First major pressure for Korn all race day today, and already a ton of pressure. Now that's while bump drafting gets set to go right now. Malatesta trying to see if there's a way to get back the spot, staying in line behind Lemieux. All lockstep as well. Drysdale and Korn all within about a car length each of each other as they make the way to turn 10. With that right now, Korn seems to be falling back more and more. Korn needs to get back some momentum in quickly if he wants a chance to get some more solid points here to be able to try and secure himself that championship. Already on the third lap coming up here, Eggleston still with the race lead by a sizable margin and growing.
1.6 seconds is the advantage that Eggleston has on the rest of the field. The battle for second, though, is going to continue to rage on. Korn cannot get around Kyle Drysdale. Late lunge into turn number 3. That's going to work for him. Gage Korn up into fourth. Drysdale now having to defend slightly from Mason DeChesney there in sixth. Presley in seventh as well. There's a look at Lemieux and Malatesta. This is the battle for P2. The more they battle for fourth, the more that second and third can begin to pull away. But for Gage Korn, this is going to be a story of the comeback drive, just like he did in yesterday's race in the main event when he had to go from last to first, made it happen. He's going to do very similar things here in this second heat race if he wants a chance at a heat race victory. 55 points on the line here. So for Nix Eggleston, he could maximize his points haul here in the second heat race and put himself in a great opportunity to get a feature race victory and potentially a championship as the series comes to a close later in the afternoon. This time around, Lemieux closes the gap by a 10th over Eggleston for the lead. He'll need more than that, though, with 6 laps to go to make anything happen. Look at the run that Gage Korn got out of turn number 3. through Banana Straight, up the hill into turn number 5. There's Eggleston, your leader. Lemieux in tow. Corn to the inside. Malatesta is very nice on the outside to kind of let him have it there. Gage Corn up in the 3rd.
Nicely done by Corn. That's been one of our prime chances all day, it seems. That run through the Banana Straight to be able to end up with the main sweet surprise of being able to make the pass work. So far, so solid when it comes to that run out of turn 5. Now, as a result, though, Corn still needs to find 2 seconds if he wants to have a chance to get back to Eccleston. At the midway point, though, Eccleston is in full bloom in terms of pace. 1.5 seconds, the gap between him and Lemieux.
Last time around, Gage Corn, one of the quickest drivers on the racetrack. He's closed that gap to less than 2 seconds from the leader, Nick Eggleston. It'll take a heroic drive to claw that back. Look at this, side by side up the hill. Malatesta, Cadence Presley, Mason DeChesney going at it. That's the battle for 5th, 6th, and 7th. Drysdale's gotten through up into 4th. Here's the battle for 2nd. Lemieux goes defensive on Gage Corn. It's going to give Gage a great exit out of turn number 9 and turn number 10. Lemieux goes defensive. He's doing this because he knows the championship battle is going to continue to rage on all the way to the feature race later in the afternoon, and Lemieux knows he's the closest one to Gage Corn in the point standings. Came into this weekend only 7 points back, and that includes a drop weekend. So, for Antoine Lemieux, he needs to finish ahead of Gage Corn in all these races to give himself the best chance at a championship victory. Late lunge there for DeChesney. Wow, moves, tries to up the racetrack, and they're both off the racetrack. That's going to hurt their chances here at a top 5 finish. They're both still in the race, but they sit 6th and 7th now.
Near contact now for Corn. All over Lemieux. Nearly ran over the right rear tire. Through the S's this time around. Coming up to 3 to go at the stripe. Corn tries the diamond line. Tries to build the run. Lemieux blocks it off. Stares at him intensely for a 2nd straight lap. Corn tries the diamond yet again. Coming through turn 11. Yet again, no peak, no chance to get alongside yet. Corn wants to go. They are holding each other up significantly. More than 3 seconds now. The gap, make it 4 with 3 laps to go. That's how intense this fight for 2nd has gotten between Lemieux and Corn. Corn nearly off the track. That's again defensive from Lemieux.
3 to go here for Antoine Lemieux to hold on to 2nd place. What a run. Gage Corn got out of turn number 3. Had to lift slightly down the straightaway. Lemieux goes defensive. Look for a crossover move here in turn number 5. Not going to happen. Lemieux, this is a masterclass in defensive driving here at Grand Junction Motor Speedway. The more they continue to fight, the more that Cadence Presley, Malatesta, and others have a chance to make this a 4-kart battle for 2nd. This one is not done just yet. 2.5 laps to go for Antoine Lemieux to hold on to 2nd place out front. The gap was 4 seconds last time they crossed the stripe. It'll be closer to 5.5 or so, maybe more than that when Eggleston crossed the line this time around. What's the gap to the lead? At 4.7 seconds. They lost another 6/10 this time around. Lemieux way low on the racetrack to hold off Gage Corn. Look at this. Cadence Presley all over the rear bumper now of his teammate Gage Corn. Further back, Malatesta is looking to try to size up the competition in front of him. 2 laps to go for Gage Corn to try to get around Lemieux. Bottom of the racetrack, here we go. Look for a crossover move. Round the outside for Gage Corn. Can't make it stick. The long way around doesn't work very often. Malatesta says, thank you very much. I'll take 5th place. Cadence Presley loses a spot there.
And once more, Lemieux, hard defensive. Corn trying another diamond line. Lemieux, yet again, takes a peek over the left shoulder. Now to the left side. Corn tries to make it work from the high side. Can't make the tires stick on the circuit. Now Corn tries to go and weave back on for the front straightaway. 4-car battle, all for 2nd spot. Final time around, white flag waving. Once again, a peek back for Lemieux the whole straightaway to see where Corn tries to launch it this time as they go through 1 and 2. Everybody nearly off the racetrack with the left side tires.
Antoine Lemieux put a good couple of corners together to not have to defend in the turn 1 and 2. Didn't get a good launch out of turn 3 though. Here comes Gage Corn all over the rear bumper, just like he has in previous laps. Gage Corn using the front nose cone to push Lemieux up the racetrack, but Lemieux is not having any of it. Still maintains that 2nd position. Malatesta is there if anything happens in front of him. but he's more concerned about defending from Cadence Presley. 2 more passing opportunities for Gage Korn to make something happen. Wow, Cadence Presley got all sorts of sideways behind these two. They're side by side at turn 12 here down the hill towards the left-hander. Eggleston wins heat number 2. Who's going to finish second? It's going to be Antoine Lemieux with defensive masterclass. Holds off Gage Korn. Malatesta in 4th. Cadence Presley rounding out your top 5. Then it's Kyle Drysdale and Mason Duchesney. That's your junior max order. What a run for Antoine Lemieux. And how about it for Nick Eggleston? 7.5 seconds when it was all said and done after all the fighting that went on behind him. That was incredible. And that's going to shake up the order quite a bit heading into this feature race. It's the combined average of Heat 1 and Heat 2 is how you start the main event. It's going to be very tight to see who's on that front row for the chance at a grand finals ticket here in Junior Max.
Yeah, how about that thrilling finish to say the very least, but we still have plenty more heat races to go. This is going to be another wild one coming up here, you'd have to think.
So you will finally want to get behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're going to need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com. They got their inventory online and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes?
Yep.
Gloves?
Yep.
Rip protectors?
Got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next? Well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com.
Here at MPG Motorsports, our main goal is to provide the best pathway into professional motorsports for our entire team, drivers and mechanics alike. We're based out of Whiteland Raceway Park in Indiana. For more information, contact us at chase@mpg-motorsports.com.
Studies show that even the best current generation of simulators only convince 50% of the human brain that they are real. Here at Simcraft, that just isn't realistic enough. Developed to offer the most realistic karting sim experience in the world, all testing has shown that the physics engine used in Simcraft's Grid 1 model convinces 90% of the human brain that you are actually on track. Now that is the real deal.
Welcome back to Grand Junction, Colorado, here at Grand Junction Motor Speedway. It's a good view of a truck going up one of the sand dunes there. Behind it, the beautiful Colorado mountains there. And then look at this, as we pan out, we get a decent view of how beautiful the scenery is and how incredible of a location this racetrack is and what it offers. The racing has been great so far today, and I expect more of the same as we get ready for Mini and Micro Max Racing. And Mini, it's Isaac Payne, the Lone Ranger in the Mini Max class. But in Micro Max, that's where all the action has continued to pick up. Cam Becker has been dominant today. Connor Lipka has been quick as well. Underwood, Sebastian Johnson, Lucas Tarango starting from the tail end of the field. He didn't have the kart ready for qualifying. Started last in the first heat. Has to do it again here in the second heat. But after that first heat, he went from last to fourth. He'll be looking to do more of the same. Maybe even improve on that finishing position this time around. Maybe learned a few things on where you can make moves around Grand Junction Motor Speedway. Going the clockwise way. Different than what we did yesterday. Isaac Payne getting ready to take the green flag on board his Mini Max machine momentarily through the left-hander, and around the final corner he's going to go. And then it's this group of go-karts, 10 Micro Max drivers getting ready to take the green flag there. A good look at Isaac Payne by himself here in the Mini Max class. It's going to be a good bit of lapping for him, though. And I will say, no matter what, even though he's the only guy out there, yesterday when Jackson Porter and Gage Grant were out there on the racetrack with him, he put on a great show for us. Look for more of the same today. He gets the green flag. He's underway down towards turn 1, 2, and now 3. You can hear him there in the background. But green flag is out for Micro Max. Great start for Cam Becker. Oh, they're shuffling further back, way wide. Goes Connor Lipka on board the 44 machine. He was your outside pole sitter. He's fallen back to 5th. Good lunge up the inside there to make a move stick on Braxton Mayers. There goes Tarango. He's already got a couple of drivers. Now up towards Banana Straightaway and up the hill towards turn 5. Inside of Braxton Mayers. He's through. Lipka's going to go to the inside of Paxton Romero. That's a late lunge. Not going to make it stick. Romero's going to hold on. Lucas Tarango around the outside of Lipka. What a start for the number 7.
Yeah, already Tarango showcasing, I can make passes, I can make slice and dice moves. We know that the raw pace is there already near the mid-pack again. Similar type of pace as the last time. Already providing pressure to Romero for the middle of the field. This is for 6. This is a unique spot again. Build up the run before they even get to the straightaway this time. That's one of the first times we've seen a move in 12 and 13 today. Able to make it stick already. That drive for the 7 up to 4th in class. That's how quickly Tarango has been able to figure out this track. If it wasn't for the qualifying struggles, he might be running away battling with Becker right now. But now, this is his best start of the day, only 1 second back of your leader in Becker.
In heat number 1, he had to start last, just like in heat 2 here. He finished in 4th place after a last lap battle to make it happen. He's already up to 4th. Like you mentioned, a much better start to his heat race. Only a second back from the 16 machine. In front of him, that's Sebastian Johnson and Tyson Underwood working together. The two comp carts going after here, trying to get up to the bumper of Cam Becker, and it seems to be working right now. Becker looks over his shoulder, sees Sebastian Johnson is hot on his tail within a kart length and a half now as they get ready to start lap number 3 of 8 in the books. Already 5 to go here in Micro Max. The gap, 3/10 your advantage between Becker and Johnson. A 5-car breakaway out front. Look at Connor Lipka all over the bumper of Tarango. He went way wide in turn number 1 after the green flag was dropped. Had to climb his way back up to 5th place. And the pace is there for the 44.
It almost seems like a race where you're either in the cop kart colors in the top 5 or your favorite color is red. Right now, those in the favorite color of red looking to go on the offensive in Tarango. Even more so for Becker to try and play the defensive and run away from the rest of this field as it groups together, coming to 5 laps to go. So far, so solid for the MPG machine and backing up that practice and heat 1 pace. No move yet for Tarango. Oh, Tarango trying to wait, trying to line up a draft opportunity. He's close for 3rd spot as they come up to the final 5 laps here. Tarango inside, going to turn 1. Gets a lot of give and take from the comp carts, and that allows him to jump onto the podium for the heat.
Connor Lipka thought about a move on his teammate there, couldn't make it stick. He's going to go side by side with his teammate Tyson Underwood. That's going to hold both of them up. But Underwood maintains that 4th position. Now look for a move to the inside. Connor Lipka, he gets around him. The 44 machine absolutely flying here in the early stages of this one. Halfway through, halfway home here for Mini and Micro Max Racing. Isaac Payne still out there on the racetrack, still leading in the Minimax class, but in Micromax, what's the gap between Becker and Tarango? It is under a second. It's 0.8 of a second. That gap is closing. And with 4 laps to go here for these 8 to 10-year-olds in the Micromax class, it's still on for Lucas Tarango to go last to first here in the second heat race. Cam Becker this time around extends his advantage over Sebastian Johnson by about half a tenth. Not enough to really feel comfortable at this stage in this one, though.
Yeah, with what we've seen throughout the days so far, no lead is fully safe. Yes, a couple times in the early parts, it really seemed like he could separate. But the more the rubber's built up, especially since there's rubber build-up, we're hearing from the crew at track of 5 times already, probably more than 5 times already, there's a lot more grip to be able to carry speed, and these drivers are showcasing the comfortability now that the rubber is just about taking this racetrack, especially when you look at, say, turn 10 or turn 1. It is basically like walking in a mud puddle. That's how much rubber buildup there is there.
Look at this, Lucas Tarango. Wow, I thought he was going to send the move to the inside. We saw him make a pass there earlier on in the race. He loves that part of the racetrack where you can just throw it up the inside and make it stick. But this time, down the front straightaway, got a really good run out of turn 13. He's through. Lucas Tarango to P2. Lap 6 in the books. Now, we're about to start lap 7 for Isaac Payne. They're still on lap 6 here for the Micromax drivers. Next time around, they're going to see 2 laps to go for Lucas Tarango to go and hunt down Cam Becker. He needs to find about 7 tenths to get up to the rear bumper of the 16 machine. But with the help of the draft, he may only need about 3 or 4 tenths before the draft effects start to come into play. Behind him, Sebastian Johnson falling down to the clutches of Connor Lipka and Tyson Underwood. It'll be curious to see who comes out on top for that battle for third. But for Tarango, this looks to be a really good lap for the number 7 machine. Rounding turn 11, down the hill towards turn 12, and then turn 13 to see 2 laps to go for Cam Becker to sweep the heats in Micro Max. 2 to go. What's the gap this time around? It's 0.8 of a second. Last time around, Tarango is about 300 faster than Cam Becker. As wow, way wide goes Sebastian Johnson there. Lipka says, thank you very much. I'm going to go for third, but can't make it happen. Johnson holds on, up on the wheel, head down, trying to reduce the drag as much as possible on these tiny Micro Max go-karts. Lipka says, you know what, I'm going to go through anyways. Late move inside and clear. Connor Lipka, after a bad start in the opening lap of this heat race, back up into P3.
Teammates continue to keep the battle up, though. Another peak from the 14 machine on the send. Now Johnson. Johnson tries to keep it side by side. Can he keep it fully on the pass? Able to keep it to the right side, heading up to turn 11. Yes, crossover attempt back, though. 44 yet again, trying to slice and dice. Lipka trying to slice through. Able to slice and run as we are now in the white flag lap. Final time around. What an eventful time as now Lipka's back on the podium for the heat.
Lipka back up into the top 3. Look at this. Lucas Tarango last time around was 4 tenths faster than your leader when they crossed the stripe. White flag in the air for Isaac Payne and for Cam Becker. Payne leads in Minimax. Becker leads in Micromax. He looks over his shoulder, sees that Tarango is as close as he's been. He's probably looking over his shoulder saying, how on earth is Lucas Tarango on my bumper? I thought he was starting last. Well, he was able to climb his way through the field with ease. 4 corners to go for Cam Becker to hold on to a victory here in the second heat race. He goes defensive, way low on the racetrack. Look for a crossover here, side by side at the exit of turn number 11. Can Tarango go around the outside of turn 12? He might be able to. Becker slices way wide, and he's sideways through 13. Look for the crossover here, down the front straightaway. Cam Becker holds on to win heat number 2 ahead of Lucas Tarango. And then it's Connor Lipka, Sebastian Johnson who gets around Tyson Underwood on the final lap to finish in 4th. Underwood 5th. Romero in 6th position. What a finish to Micromax.
What a finish, absolutely, because Tarango nearly had that perfect. Becker started to bounce around there almost, thinking, I've got this. I've got the preferred line to proceed and miss near the last corner. What a bounce back to be able to hold on to the very end, believe here.
Incredible stuff there in the Micromax class. Isaac Payne wins in the Mini Max class, but congratulations to Cameron Becker there. Cam Becker, he'll start on pole position for the feature race in Micro Max, and with Lucas Durango having a 4th and a 2nd place finish, that'll put him at least 3rd, maybe 2nd when the feature race rolls around. I can't wait for more of that Cam Becker versus Lucas Durango action later on in the afternoon. While they come into the pits, we'll get ready and set for some Masters Max Heat Racing number 2. Quickly though, a word from our sponsors.
We're at a commercial break.
Are you looking for an advantage in your competition? Well, Kart Class has done the hard work for you. We've travelled to your racetracks to give you the inside knowledge. So what does Kart Class offer? We've got drone footage that captures the racing lines, visual markers for your braking points, acceleration zones, and the best overtake opportunities on your racetrack, pedal cam to show you where to brake and when to accelerate, and 360-degree footage to make sure you don't miss any parts on the racetrack. We've covered 13 racetracks in the United States, and Australia, you're up next. So visit kartclass.com to get your track information.
Here at MPG Motorsports, our main goal is to provide the best pathway into professional motorsports for our entire team, drivers and mechanics alike. We're based out of Whiteland Raceway Park in Indiana. For more information, contact us at chase@mpg-motorsports.com.
Welcome back to Grand Junction Motor Speedway here in Grand Junction, Colorado for Race Road Texas U.S. Trophy West Series presented by XGL Motorsports. 2 heat races left before we get ready to start some feature racing action, starting with the Masters Max class, where we're going to see Christopher Mann start on pole position ahead of Billy Cleveland, and then it's Clayton Kessler in that 3rd position. Michael Haltala in 4th. Rene Bine rounds out your top 5 in Masters Max. We saw a great heat number 1 that saw Billy Cleveland play the long game like he normally does. He did it yesterday and it paid off for him. In heat number 1, he sat in 3rd all race long, let the race come to him. He walked away with the heat victory ahead of Mann and Kessler. Let's see if these guys have learned their lesson a little bit and not let Billy Cleveland stay in the mix for too long, because he seems to have their number in terms of the chess game. Green flag is about to be thrown in the air for Christopher Mann to lead them down towards turn 1. Green's out. Mann's got a good start. A great start for Clayton Kessler on the inside. He thought about making it 3 wide, thought better of it. He lives to fight another corner here. Christopher Mann leads ahead of Billy Cleveland. A better start for Cleveland than he had in the first heat. Kessler now on the back foot, having to claw back towards the draft distance. Billy Cleveland, no surprise to see him decide to push Christopher Mann rather than try to get around him. It's still a long heat race. We're only on lap 1 here of a 10-lap heat race.
And remember, the last heat race, Mann pulled away for 3 laps, then lost that lead in rapid fashion. So I'm expecting a similar sort of pattern here. Mann seems to have the short run pace, then has to go full defense mode by the time we get up towards lap 5, lap 6 This time around, already the gap up to 2 car lengths. Cleveland tries to get the drag reduced to try and close the gap a little quicker. Mann still up on top of things as the tires continue to heat up and get up to temp.
So far, so good for Christopher Mann. Has to navigate this racetrack 8 or more times. For Clayton Kessler, he had a bad start, but he's already back near the bumper of Billy Cleveland. This is what we expect this race to be. A 3-car breakaway out front. Further back, Rene Bine's gotten around Michael Haltala for that 4th place spot. And then Haltala sits in 5th. They're about 2.5 seconds behind this group of 3 drivers here. Mann still leads. It's a 3-car train out front. Really, the question is, who's going to be the one to make the first move? You see Cleveland, they're making a little adjustment on the flap of his radiator on board the Masters Max engine there, just to really adjust the engine temp, maybe assist with a bit of horsepower there. Seems to be working on that front straightaway. Decided to not make a move to the inside of Mann, but for how much longer can they wait? There goes Kessler to the inside. Almost outbrakes himself. He might have. They're side by side up the hill. Cleveland retakes the 2nd place.
You mentioned keeping well composed when it comes to the experience, but also experience helps when you come to seeing someone dive like that in turn 3. Cleveland able to make the quick adjustment. Now, they look to regroup. That allows another cushion for Mann because of that choice. It'll take about a lap, maybe a lap and a half to rebound and regroup this entire pack again to be able to get up to that 618. Remember, this was around the cliffing point last heat for his car before he started to fall off and struggle to hold on to the race lead.
Well, look at this. With that battle for 2nd place heating up, it's given Christopher Mann a bit of a buffer here over the battle for 2nd place. This is just like we saw in Heat 1, where Mann got out to about a 6/10 advantage before he lost the lead in the closing stages of the race. It looks as though we might be on for a very similar situation here. We saw Cleveland and Kessler both make adjustments to their radiator flap. Again, just adjusting the engine temp there. It's all good, all fine and dandy for these drivers out there, as Kessler makes a slight mistake going down the hill into the S. There's a little too much curb than he would have liked, but didn't cost him too much time to Billy Cleveland. Now, we're going to see these 2 drivers behind Christopher Mann begin to work together here to get right back up to the rear bumper of the 618 machine. Lap 4 is in the books. We're going to cross the stripe now to start lap number 5 of 10. Mann looks over his shoulder to see that the gap is shrinking. It was 5/10, now it's 3.5.
right on schedule based on the last heat pattern. Now does Cleveland wait a bit? Or better yet, does Kessler say, no more waiting, I'm just going to make a pass again? Cleveland now within 2 car lengths, seems to be on the setup for next time by. Close this time, got to the rear tires, forced to regroup coming out of Banana Straight through turn 6, now to the S's. Man taking a lot more clattering up the curbing with the left side tires this time around. That allows Cleveland to stay now within a car length. All across the blue and yellow curbing on the track, now back through turn 11. Regroup for the halfway point. Once again, Cleveland seems to be in send position. When does he go? Most drivers have waited for either turn 1 today, but better yet, turn 3's become more optimal. Cleveland will have to go bump draft instead first. We'll see if he goes through turn 3.
4.5 laps to go for Christopher Mann to hold on to this lead ahead of Billy Cleveland. If they don't battle too much, Kessler made a mistake out of turn number 11 last time around, and it's cost him about 6/10 to the lead. So let's see if Cleveland decides to not, fight with Christopher Mann. He might be able to make it a 2-car battle up front, but around this racetrack and really with this Masters Max package, it seems as though it's pretty hard to pull away. And with Kessler, even with the mistake, he's being clawed right back into the thick of things here. Lap 6 is almost complete here through turn 11. Now down the hill to see turns 12 and 13. Christopher Mann, this is a strong part of the racetrack, but out of 13, normally Billy Cleveland gets great exits. This time around, it looks as though Christopher Mann got a rocket of an exit of 13, but towards the end of that straightaway, Cleveland there able to get up to the rear bumper thanks to the draft assistance. So lap 7 of 10 now underway. 4 to go here for Christopher Mann, who seems to have figured out maybe just the tire pressures, because last heat race, like you mentioned, about 4 or 5 laps into the race, he lost the lead there to Cleveland and Kessler. This time around, he's been able to maintain his lead. That being said, this time around, Cleveland has figured it all out. Back to the rear bumper of Christopher Mann here with 3.5 laps to go. Normally with about 2.5 to go, that's when Cleveland tends to make his move. So I think this is about 1 lap too early for Billy Cleveland to think about it, but he could prove me wrong.
Well, I think with the fact that if he doesn't take it, Kessler will. Might we see that come into play? We'll find out. Already, he's chosen bump trap twice. He chooses it 3 times now. Mann nearly goes wide, keeps it a bit more on the pavement along the blue and yellow curbing. Through turn 3, yet again, Cleveland on patience patrol. Kessler not able to close as quickly yet. Through the Banana Straight, running all the way to the edge of the dirt. Now a poke, a prod, inside. It's Cleveland making the pass. Here comes Kessler. He tries second. Kessler forced to reset, but it's Cleveland choosing 2.5 laps to go to make the move through Banana Straight.
Just like what we saw in the previous heat race, waits until about 2 to go to make his move count, and already starting to extend his advantage over Christopher Mann, who has to be more worried about Kessler than he does about Cleveland out front. 2 sticks in the air, 2 laps to go for Billy Cleveland to sweep the heat races and start on pole for the final. Has to navigate 26 more corners to make sure that that happens. Kessler inside and through. Might have overcharged it though, just like he did earlier on in the race. Yes, he does. Christopher Mann, a great crossover move there to maintain that second spot.
Now, the thing is, though, is the buffer going to be enough for Mann to close or Kessler to close? Only 1.5 laps to do it as they make their way now to Sector 3, up towards Turn 10. Cleveland keeping calm, keeping fast, but the draft, again, is on the prowl. Mann closes up 2 car lengths and 1 straightaway with it as they make their way to the final corners, 12 and 13, expecting drivers to have an intense final time around here. Coming up to the white flag this time, the gap, 2.5 car lengths still for Cleveland.
White flag in the air for Billy Cleveland, extends his advantage. It's now 0.4 of a second here between himself and Christopher Mann, but a good couple of corners for Mann is within about a kart length and a half, exiting turn 3 through 4 onto the Banana Straight, up the hill. He's close enough to make a lunge if he wants to. What's he going to do? Inside or outside? Decides to maintain on the bumper of Billy Cleveland. He's going to wait until about turn 9 or 10 to maybe make a move here. Needs to be smooth through the S's. He's done that very well. Through 7, 8, now turn 9. They're going to climb the hill to see turns 10 here. Does Man go for a late lunge up the inside? Decides not to. Through 11, down the hill towards turn 12. 2 corners for Billy Cleveland to sweep the heat races here. Through the sweeping right-hander, Billy Cleveland goes 2 for 2 in the heat races. He wins in Masters Max. Christopher Mann in second. Clayton Kessler, a solid third place result there. Michael Haltala is going to cross the line to finish in fourth place. Rene Bine sits in that fifth position to round out your Masters Max field and to close out the heat races for Masters Max. There is one more to go, however. We'll go for a quick commercial break. When we come back, it's time for Senior Max.
Why do you come here? Is this your career?
Or is it all about fun? A chance to get away and leave it all behind?
Or do you chase your personal best? Challenging yourself over and over again. Why do you come here?
Maybe you're here to collect moments. Good ones. And not so good ones.
Or you can't afford mistakes because you want that victory. It's all about this one moment when the hard work finally pays off.
This is the place that brings us closer to the people who share our story. Whoever we are,
Whatever we're here for, racing is who we are.
We're at a commercial break.
Colin, I need a new 219 chain. I need a 77 tooth sprocket. I need some more chain lube, and I need it probably as soon as like tomorrow. Dude, are you even listening? Like, we need this to run this weekend.
Want anything else?
What do you mean?
I already got it in the Kart on Acceleration Kart Racing's online store, bro. All orders over $200 get free shipping.
Oh, throw in a set of tires.
Done.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free on orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Shop AKR.com.
Senior Max on the racetrack now for their second and final heat race of the day here at Junction Speedway for round 8 and the final round of Race Road Texas U.S. Trophy West Series presented by XL Motorsports. On pole position, it's Cooper Auclair. That is Gio Santora, Theo Ciccotti. That's your top three. Then it's Spencer Smith and Adam Rylance inside the top five. Dylan Archer, Micah Hendricks as well. And then it's Griffin Dowler. That's going to be the top 8 here in your senior max field. In heat number 1, it was Auclair just eclipsing Theo Ciccotti for that first heat race victory. Let's see if they can flip the script here in the second one. Auclair extending his points advantage with every single race, every time that he hits the racetrack this weekend. It's going to be tough for the likes of Dowler, Santora, and Lemieux to take it from him at this stage in the weekend. But anything is possible. There's still 110 more points on the line between Heat 2 and the feed race. They round the final corner now and get ready to take the green flag. It's Auclair, it's Santora, it's Ciccotti, it's Spencer Smith. That's your first 2 rows. Green flag is out. Good start for the inside row. Auclair takes the top spot. Ciccotti going to try to take the second place position from Santora, who holds the outside. He's going to get pushed way wide there and lose a couple of spots. Santora down to 4th. It's still a better start than he had in the first heat race. However, it's Auclair who leads. Ciccotti about a car length and a half, maybe 2 car lengths back in second place there. Spencer Smith, a great start to 3rd. Adam Rylance pushing Santora up the racetrack to make that move stick. And then Griffin Dowler is going to follow him through. So Rylance and Dowler now ahead of Santora, who in back-to-back heat races has had a rough opening couple of corners.
Yeah, everybody seems to be thinking, everybody, let's make the pass on Santora. Shuffle him as fast as possible. It just has been that type of a day so far. Now, with the lap already being complete here, the pressure is starting to build, though, for a lot of these drivers in the choo-choo train effect. Already full from back. Rylance again on defense again. Dowler looking offensive, sends it deep, nearly clears himself, forces Rylance to get off the gas. And yet again, that shuffles everybody in a 5-car train that seems to be all bunched together as far as 10 cars deep. Another hip checked into turn number 5.
That was Micah Hendricks making the move there on Gio Santora. Landon Billy making the move as well. It's hectic further back in the pack from these 2 drivers right here. Auclair, Ciccotti, Spencer Smith is in the mix. These 3 of Dowler, Rylance, and Hendricks are starting to catch up to the rear bumper of Spencer Smith and make it a 4, maybe a 5-way battle there for that 3rd place spot. Last time around the stripe, it was 2.5 tenths. Now it's a little less than that. Ciccotti, fastest driver on the racetrack as it stands here. Look at this. This is a great battle for 4th place between Rylance, Dowler, Hendricks, Santora, Travis Varney. Another great start for him, just like he had in the first heat race. Started outside the top 10. He's up into 8th as it stands. Joel Lewis in 9th. Landon Billy, that's your top 10 as it stands at the moment. But that is sure to change over the course of the next 7.5 laps. We're on lap 3 of a 10-lap heat race here. The main events are going to be 16 laps. So imagine all this action plus 6. Whoa! Way off the racetrack and almost onto the other side of the racetrack. That is, I believe, the 357 of Joelle Lewis. She's gone way off the racetrack there in turn number 9. Great car control. Really cool to watch go through the dirt, but unfortunately for her, that's going to be her heat race essentially over, but at least she is facing the right direction.
Yeah, unfortunately, style points don't pay for potential damages there. That looked like a very off track, may have been in the heart of some of the battles there. Wasn't sure if there was contact or not, but very lucky she didn't slide back across the opposite way into the racing line through turn 12 from that off track. Back to the battle on hand, though. Dowler still staying coiled up behind in turn 10, trying to find a way around Rylance. Also in this grouping, Hendricks still keeping close. You have Santora able to play well with Varney and Billy in the midst of this train. No one jumping out from it yet. See if that changes for 6 laps to go for the front stretch.
Halfway home here in Senior Max. Look how close it is between Kakati and Auclair. A tenth and a half. Make it 0 because Kakati now clears Cooper Auclair. Now it's Auclair's turn to go after his teammate here. He's going to stay on the bumper, glued all over the 333 machine to make sure that they don't battle too hard to where Spencer Smith has a chance to make it a 3-car battle. Spencer is only about a second and a half away from that top spot. Adam Rylance, Gio Santora, Griffin Dowler, group of 3 or 4 go-karts looks to be very, very quick. If they can just settle down and stop passing each other, their chances at a third-place spot is pretty high. Rylance has continued to improve upon his results from yesterday. This has been an impressive showing for the 340 machine, who really hasn't been in a go-kart very often, testing, especially on a race situation, since last year's Supernats event in November. Santora inside and clear. He wants to get back up to where he started. He was your outside pole sitter. He's back up to P4.
Much better second race now for Santora, with him being able to make passes instead of being defended upon. More contact. Dowler trying to bump towards the back with Hendricks there. Now here comes Rylance. Sends it along. Once again wants to pinch out Santora. Able to do so. Rylance able to jump back and forth. Santora forced around yet again in the midst of some of the battles. They stay single file now for turn 11 this time around. As your top 2 continue to run away, everybody still got the boxing gloves out for the middle of the top 10.
Look at this, further back. Wow, Micah Hendricks gets into it there with Travis Varney. They're both spun around on the exit of turn number 11. You can see that one coming from a mile away. They both wanted the same piece of real estate, and it could only be sold to one person. Neither of them were able to buy it, though, because they're both going to be essentially out of this heat race. Varney seemed very upset with that one. Hard to see who was fully at fault there. Santora inside and clear of Adam Rylance retakes that 4th spot. This has been a great battle between these 3 drivers, but the more they do this, the more they're letting Spencer Smith get away with 3rd.
I mean, they already just had one driver from that group being sent off the racetrack. Does that continue on and set the tone for later on? Rylance has not been afraid to absolutely launch it in if there's a chance. Now, with all this being talked about, Santora seems to be solidly able to run forward this time forward in amongst the straightaway. Coming up around, now we pass 3 laps to go. Santora finally with a chance to breathe. Dowler trying to make sure Rylance knows that he's still there and right on step to try and make the pressure build side by side for the race lead.
Wow, Cooper Auclair, a late lunge there into turn number 5, makes that move stick. He's back to the point with 2.5 laps to go here for Auclair to sweep the heat races and start on pole position for the main event in the afternoon. Does Kakati go back up the inside? Yes, late lunge. He's going to go through and clear. These two have about a 2-second buffer to Spencer Smith behind him. You cannot afford to do this for very much longer. There's still 2 laps of racing action to go. If you can continue to fight for the lead, you could bring in another driver in the mix, but they do not care about that at this point in time. 2-6 in the air, 2 laps to go for Theo Kakati to split the difference and go 1 for 2 in the heat races.
Kakati now going to have to play defense, though, because Auclair's been mighty quick on the offensive. Big boost to draft. He goes outside. Kakati plays hard defensive. Crossover for Auclair. Now towards 6, 7, all the way to the S's. 8, 9 pickup sticks. They make their way to turn 10. Auclair will have to reset. Kakati nearly hitting a lot of the curbing with the left side tires through turn 10. That allows Auclair to keep within a quarter car length. Expecting the white flag this time around, and Auclair seems to be in pounce position for the draft pole.
White flag is out. 1 more lap to go for Theo Kakati, who continues to look over his shoulder throughout that straightaway. He fends off one major attack here from Cooper Auclair. Now goes defensive at turn 3. Look for the crossover here from Auclair. They're going to go side by side inevitably up the hill here. Auclair goes outside, thinks better of it. Theo Kakati thinks he has him clear, but he's going to go bottom of the racetrack. Over the top here, trying to go around the outside. You can't make that move stick very often. Not able to happen for Cooper Auclair. They're going to go down the hill through the S's a little bit sideways there for Auclair. That's going to hurt his chances at a move here through turn 9. 2 more passing opportunities to go for the 321 driver. Ducati goes to the bottom of the racetrack. Very late defensive maneuver. Makes it stick, though. One more chance here for Auclair to make it work. He's going to go outside, maybe inside here. Ducati slices wide. Do we see a crossover move on the front straightaway? It's not going to happen. Theo Ducati is going to barely eke out a heat race victory and defeat his teammate there for first place. Ducati ahead of Auclair. Then it's Spencer Smith. After all that battling, only 8/10 back from your leaders. So that was close there. If there's about a lap or 2 more to go, Spencer Smith would have had something to say about that one. But for Auclair, he wins Heat 1. He's second in Heat 2. For Ducati, it's the other way around. Smith, a great Heat 1 and a great Heat 2. He'll start inside your top 4. Gio Santora, a great drive for him to make amends for a poor opening couple of corners. He finishes 4th. Adam Rylance holds on against Griffin Dowler to finish in 5th. Landon Billy, a good drive for him to finish 7th. Frederick Lemieux from outside the top 10 to 8th place. Still on Usher 9th. Savannah Callis is your top 10 here in Senior Max Heat number 2. We'll take a quick break before we come back and get ready for our opening rounds of feature racing action.
So you finally want to get behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're gonna need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com? They got their inventory online and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes?
Yep.
Gloves?
Yep.
Rip protectors?
Got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next, well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com.
Here at MPG Motorsports, our main goal is to provide the best pathway into professional motorsports for our entire team, drivers and mechanics alike. We're based out of Whiteland Raceway Park in Indiana. For more information, contact us at chase@mpg-motorsports.com.
Studies show that even the best current generation of simulators only convince 50% of the human brain that they are real. Here at Simcraft, that just isn't realistic enough. Developed to offer the most realistic karting sim experience in the world, all testing has shown that the physics engine used in Simcraft's Grid 1 model convinces 90% of the human brain that you are actually on track. Now that is the real deal.
We're at a commercial break.
you looking for an advantage in your competition? Well, Kart Class has done the hard work for you. We've travelled to your racetracks to give you the inside knowledge. So what does Kart Class offer? We've got drone footage that captures the racing lines, visual markers for your braking points, acceleration zones, and the best overtake opportunities on your racetrack. Pedal cam to show you where to brake and when to accelerate, and 360-degree footage to make sure you don't miss any parts on the racetrack. We've covered 13 racetracks in the United States, and Australia, you're up next. So visit kartclass.com to get your track information.
Here at MPG Motorsports, our main goal is to provide the best pathway into professional motorsports for our entire team, drivers and mechanics alike. We're based out of Whiteland Raceway Park in Indiana. For more information, contact us at chase@mpg-motorsports.com.
Can you hear it? 1 week where the silence is broken. "394 drivers, 60 nations, united in their goal to be the best, the very best."
This is the most equal race in the whole world. I will win. There's no opportunity.
No one has ever won junior, senior and DD2 before, and that's what we're aiming for this week.
1 week where every second counts. Every corner, every pass. The competition does not get tougher than this, closer than this, more intense than this. "7 days full of pride, passion, your nation, your roots. Our family is united from all corners of the globe, now together as one. 1 week to change your future, your career, your life. The time is now. Be bold, be brave, be brilliant. Stand tall and celebrate. This is your week. And when all is said and done, and the silence returns, 12 months of hard work is about this week. 1 week. The 2022 Rotax Grand Finals.
Welcome back to Grand Junction Motor Speedway here in Grand Junction, Colorado. We just finished watching Heats 1 and 2 of our Road Tax racing action, but it's time to go for some main event racing, beginning with the Junior Max class, then the Mini and Micro Max class, followed by Masters Max, and finishing off the day with our Senior Max drivers to see who will be champion in each of the 5 classes. A lot at stake here for these drivers. Junior Max heads out onto the racetrack now with the likes of Gage Korn and Nick Eggleston on the front row, followed by Xander Malatesta, Kyle Drysdale. That's top 4 drivers here in this one. Antoine Lemieux, DeChesney, Cade Presley. That is the rest of your starting lineup here in Junior Max. 16 laps the distance for this main event.
Yeah, this should be a fun feature race, or feature races, should really say. When talking about things the last time we've seen the Junior Max machines on the racetrack for the heat races moments ago, Korn seemed to really set the tone, and now it's going to be really interesting how things go now that we put a lot more laps up on the board, an extra 6 in fact, for these drivers to race around for this circuit today, and how they're going to handle themselves over the course of this race, knowing you've got a lot more time to set up your passes.
As the drivers round the final corner and get ready to see the green flag in the air, one thing I have to note, I do not see Antoine Lemieux out there on the racetrack, and that means he will not take the green flag here. That's going to be big championship implications. Wow, Xander Malatesta making it 3 wide early on there. Couldn't make it stick though. Back to third. Eggleston to P1. He gets around Gage Korn there. Malatesta now has Kyle Drysdale hot on his tail. The battle for the lead is heating up here. The open up this lap. Lap 1 of 16 underway here for the Junior Max main event. Malatesta inside, cannot clear Gage Korn around the outside there of turn 6. He's going to have to slot back in line and fight another corner. Eggleston leads, Korn second, Eggleston third, Drysdale, DeChesney, Presley. That's your order as it stands for the moment. Eggleston goes defensive over Gage Korn. Presley to the inside and through on Mason DeChesney.
And so far, a clean race to go through for the final time this season with this feature. Already 15 laps to go. Korn under a lot of pressure. Now it's Malatesta looking on a poke. Still trying to force a poke. Forced to regroup. Korn stays in second for now. Gets back into the pattern. Tries to keep the pressure up on Eggleston. Eggleston makes its way now to the banana straight as the sunshine makes its way out loudly for the first time. Korn pokes his way through turn 5, takes the right side. Left side, Eggleston plays good defense, holds on to the point.
Gage Korn thought on making a move at the inside of turn 5, but great defensive driving from Nick Eggleston to maintain the lead of this Junior Max main event. He's fighting for the chance at a championship here in Junior Max. He versus Gage Korn. He came into this weekend with an outside chance to walk away with this one, but after a great day yesterday from Gage Korn, it's going to take a heroic effort here from Eggleston to steal it from the MPG driver. Lap 3 underway, 13 and a half laps to go here. A lot of time left for these drivers to make something happen, but for Nick Eggleston, his lead is starting to shrink over Gage Korn. A great run up the hill towards turn 5. Do we see move to the inside? Yes, we do. Inside, and this time Gage Korn is clear of Nick Eggleston. That's going to bring Malatesta, Drysdale, Presley back in the mix. It's a 5-kart battle for the lead here in Junior Max.
Just about the entire field all bunched together with how things are going. The MPG machine now plays a bit of defense, goes a little bit more inside into turn 11. Still keeping up as Eggleston. Eggleston looking for a crossback, looking for a way to make a ruthless style move. Still no chance to close up yet. Still a car length back. Now it's Malatesta over the back bumper of him. He pushes Eggleston forward, just about up to Korn's rear end. makes things tight. Just about a quarter of the way distance complete this time around, as Korn now looks as the tires work their way in to try and see if he can run. Down the banana straight though, yet again, the build-up, the send to the inside. Eccleston runs the curb, runs Korn up the track, takes the point. Malatesta says, thank you very much, he'll take second with it.
Gage Korn has got to be frustrated because he is looking at his main championship rival up in the distance. Malatesta now defends from Korn, who tries to go around the outside of turn number 11. You don't see that very often. Couldn't make it work. Now defensive through 12 as well. This battle for second, as this heats up, it's going to give Eggleston a great lead as they cross the stripe here to complete lap number 4. Lap 5 now underway side by side for second here through turns 1. Crossover move, Gage Korn to P2.
Nicely done to get the pass back after the initial squeeze. Malatesta seems to be in the popcorn seat, so to speak, along with Presley, with how they've handled things. Back of the grouping still. A lot of shuffling yet again. This has allowed the 277 Duchesne back into the conversation just about with how much they've aggressively fought up here. Korn through the S's, starting to try to run forward. Eccleston, with everyone else having a wrestling match, up nearly half a second right now. Each driver clips the right side tires against part of the pavement. They make their way through turn 11. Now that gap already cut down by a quarter since Korn broke away from the rest of the field so far. Korn is on the prowl, on the pace.
The gap was 7.5 tenths. Now it's 6.5 tenths. 1 tenth quicker was Gage Korn than Nick Eggleston last time around. That gap continues to shrink here. Can Eggleston hold on for 10 more laps to win round 8 of the U.S. Trophy Final? We'll have to wait and find out. They're going to climb the hill here towards turn 5, then down the hill towards the S's. That's turn 6, 7, 8, and 9. Looks to be good so far. Using all the curbs is Eggleston. Gage Korn using less curb there. It feels as though he doesn't have to use as much curb to get the lap time out of that MPG machine. Climb the hill towards turn 11. Now late on the brakes, Eggleston, but Gage Korn looks to be quick as they go down the hill towards 12 and 13. This lap looks pretty good for Gage Korn. Let's see what the gap is this time around. We're 7 laps in to a 16-lap main event, and wow, Gage Korn was 2 tenths quicker than your leader last time by. This is the closest battle we have on the racetrack, and it's the battle between 2 of your championship contenders and for the win here in Junior Max. 9 to go as they climb the hill.
2 straight purple laps for Korn as he goes down the banana straight now, looking, trying to see, not close enough in fact. Now turn 5. Eccleston holds onto a car length advantage, down to under half a car length, all and clattering through the S's. Up to turn 10, Korn closes now to a quarter, now maybe to a fifth. Korn right in spitting distance, takes the peak to the right side, slides under braking. Korn makes it stick through turn 11. Now back Eccleston on the response, makes it stick back on the outside. Eccleston able to bounce back through the rubber and bounce back with the grip. Korn yet again though has draft, goes for the bumper this time, goes for the bump. Eccleston nearly pushed wide. Korn trying to go defensive as Eccleston through turn 3, halfway next time by. And the way they're racing each other right now, Eccleston full defense, Korn not afraid to use the bumper.
Oh, I thought for a moment there that Eggleston opened up too much for Gage Korn there, but thought better of it. The more these two battle, Malatesta, Presley, Drysdale are still in with a shout at a race victory here. We're halfway home in the Junior Max main event final. This is where Korn went to the inside last time. Same thing this time around. Look for the crossover move from Eggleston. Not going to happen. They're side by side down the hill, but Gage Korn has the advantage. He has the inside of the racetrack, and he's clear. Gage Korn, your new leader as they round the final corner. No, Eggleston got back around him. So now they're side by side down the front straightaway. This time, Gage Korn is going to clear him. Look for the crossover move again. Eggleston. This time, Gage Korn gets around Nick's Eggleston. Wow, that was 9 laps in the making for Gage Korn, but he's clear and he's your new leader. Unbelievable scenes here with 7 laps to go. They climb the hill towards turn 5. Eggleston now. He's been on the defensive for the first 9 laps. It's now time to go back on the offensive, using all the curbing there, trying to set up a move down towards turn 9, maybe even turn 10. Here's the battle for 3rd place there as well. Cadence Presley, a little too late on the brakes there. Way to keep it off the dirt, but that's going to cost him a spot and some time. So Presley, that's his chances at a top 3 finish for now. So Malatesta and Drysdale, the 2 behind your leaders, trying to work together to claw their way back up to the front here. Lap 10 now underway. We're in the double-digit laps with 6 to go. The gap between the leaders is 4.5 tenths.
And Korn grew that gap by about 6 tenths after the pass made when you think about how he was 2 tenths back initially. Eccleston trying to go lockstep there. Malatesta on defense through the banana straight though. Holds on by a car length for now. Your top 2 separated by 2 to 3 car lengths. Does Eccleston have some more pace? We'll see. All that's while Malatesta tries to go through to the bumps. Drysdale taking a lot of bumps through the S's, rattling and shaking. All while they make their way down to turn 11. Once again, the 242 has good pace to play good defense. Still, no major sends or lunges from Drysdale. Picking his spot still as they go to the final corners once again to start lap 11.
What's the gap this time around? Gage Korn was about 0.5 tenth quicker than Nix Eggleston last time around. Eggleston's going to have to try to find every bit of pace out of his machinery there to see if he can close back up to the rear of Gage Korn. 5.5 laps to go for your 2 leaders. The battle for 3rd now is the closest battle we have on the racetrack. Malatesta goes low. Kyle Drysdale thought about a move, was not close enough. These 2 are trying to work together to close up to the 2 leaders, but last time around, they were a couple of tenths slower than what Eggleston and Gage Korn did lap time-wise. So this is the battle for 3rd. Further back, there's Mason DeChesney. There's Cadence Presley. After that mistake, starting to claw his way back up to the rear bumper of DeChesney. Needs about a second more to be in with a shout at a top 5 finish there. The battle for 3rd continues to rage on. Out of turn 13, Drysdale's as close as he's been. Do we see much to the inside? We do. Kyle Drysdale trying to make it clear. They're side by side, and now he is clear. Kyle Drysdale, after a rough day yesterday and a rough opening couple of heat races, is back up into the top 3, but Malatesta is not going to give it up without a fight. They're going to climb the hill, down banana straightaway, into turn number 5. Do we see any late braking maneuvers from Malatesta? Drysdale goes low. Malatesta looks for the crossover move. Drysdale does a good job to cover it off. But the more they fight for 3rd, the more DeChesney and Presley are back in the mix. We're about to have a 4-car battle for the final step on the podium.
Yeah, that is now fully 4 cars when you look at the distances now up through turn 11. Once again, a slide around. Malatesta is starting to lose a lot of the rear. Able to hold on the circuit for now through 12 and 13. Now down to the final 4 laps here. All this as well. Drysdale looks to run, looks to try and make sure the distance doesn't close. They won't have the shot to get top 2, but absolutely have the shot for the podium as they make their way to turn 3. Eccleston seems like he's comfortably at least in second 2 with how this is faring out on track. Malatesta still can't find a way to close the gap fully. Behind them, a chance for the gap to see some lunges. That's Presley. Duchesne starting to go nose to nose as the cars in front run. The others try and set up forward.
13 laps into a 16-lap main event, and Mason DeChesney has some sort of mechanical failure. He's out, and you can see the dejection on his face there inside the helmet. He's got to be frustrated with that one. He had a chance at a podium, and he knows it. Unfortunately for him, the 277 machine is out of this one with 3 laps to go. Out front, Nix Eggleston must have made a mistake somewhere, or maybe his kart is just beginning to fall off here. That gap is now 1.1 seconds between himself and Gage Korn. For Kyle Drysdale, he's starting to pull away now from Xander Malatesta. This will be a great run for Drysdale, like I mentioned earlier, after the unlucky mistakes, the issues that have happened throughout the weekend. For him to come back with a podium finish here in Junior Max would be great for him here in round number 8 of the U.S. Trophy West Series. We're about to see 2 laps to go here for Gage Korn to sweep the weekend in Junior Max and solidify his championship bid and a ticket to the Grand Finals.
It's been a near perfect day for him to try and secure that too. He has been lightning quick on property since the start of the day, led the way in practice by a sizable margin. In qualifying, picked up that tempo by a good couple hundredths. Then that first heat race took the win by at least 3 seconds. Today, it's been a battle since the second heat, but once he got up front in this heat, in this respective feature, Korn, he's not looked back, and now it's just about getting things settled for the final lap and a third to try and get himself a ticket for a grand final.
Running turn 11 down the hill towards 12 and 13. He's ready to see the white flag in the air. He has 1.7 seconds an advantage over Nick Eggleston. White flag is out here in Junior Max. 1.9 now is the gap between himself and Nick Eggleston. This has been a dominant performance from Gage Korn. It took him 9 laps to get around Nick Eggleston, but when he did not look back. It's been near perfection for him throughout the weekend. It's been incredible to see his jump to junior throughout the year and the progress that he has made here in this Road Tax Junior Max class. As Gage Korn rounds turn 9 through 10, he's going to climb the hill towards turn 11. If he can look back if he wants to, he doesn't. He knows the gap is big enough to where he can cruise at this point to the finish. Rounding turn 11 down the hill. 2 more corners for Gage Korn to navigate. The 233 machine on board the MPG go-kart is going to see the checkered flag. Bow and arrow in the air. He wins the race and the championship. Gage Korn, welcome to the Grand Finals.
And how about that for the youngster? One of the rising stars in this scene and rising speedsters. Show great pace we touched upon in micros, right up to junior, and right to the grand final as a result of this performance.
Incredible stuff there from Gage Korn. He wouldn't want to win it any other way than in dominant fashion. 2.2 was the gap. Nick Eggleston, that was a great drive. He did everything he could to try and take away any points from Gage Korn throughout that race. Just wasn't enough. With that performance, it'll be close between himself and Lemieux for that second spot in the championship. But for Gage Korn, congratulations on the victory, on the sweep of the weekend, and on a ticket. Unofficially, of course, have to get through tech, but unofficially, he is going to have a ticket to the Grand Finals. He's your winner in Junior Max. When we come back, it's time for Micro and Mini Max.
So you finally want to get behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're gonna need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com? They got their inventory online and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes?
Yep.
Gloves?
Yep.
Rip protectors?
Got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next? Well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com.
Here at MPG Motorsports, our main goal is to provide the best pathway to professional motorsports for our entire team, drivers and mechanics alike. We're based out of Whiteland Raceway Park in Indiana. For more information, contact us at chase@mpg-motorsports.com.
Studies show that even the best current generation of simulators only convince 50% of the human brain that they are real. Here at Simcraft, that just isn't realistic enough. Developed to offer the most realistic karting sim experience in the world, all testing has shown that the physics engine used in Simcraft's Grid 1 model convinces 90% of the human brain that you are actually on track. Now that is the real deal.
Welcome back to Grand Junction Motor Speedway here in Grand Junction, Colorado. We just saw a great race in Junior Max where we had a champion crowned in Gage Corn. Now it's time for Mini and Micro Max, with the Mini Max class being consisted of one driver, and that is Isaac Payne. Jackson Porter decided not to enter into today's event. Gage Grant only went out for the warm-up earlier this morning. So for Isaac Payne, it's a free win for him. It's free, not free essentially, but it's going to be track time for him out there. He'll get a trophy for this one anyways. He'll take the green flag momentarily and get to do some laps there in the Mini Max class. Further back though, it's the Micro Max class where we have Cam Becker on the front row. Alongside him is Connor Lipka. Green flag is out. Tarango is third. He started last in all the heat races. Drove his way to second and fourth collectively. That put him at an average finish of third. He starts third. Now up into second though. The inside row. Got a great jump on the outside. Look at this. Side by side between teammates. Connor Lipka reclaims third over Tyson Underwood. Romero in tow in fifth place. But this is what we've all wanted to see. Cam Becker versus Lucas Tarango. 1 versus 1. Tarango to the inside. He already clears them. They're side by side on the exit though. Who's going to give way? Tarango to the lead already.
And Tarango already up by 3 car lengths with that. That throws Becker into the Hornet's nest. Tarango looks to run. Becker side by side going down the straightaway to turn 11. Right side for him. On the left side of the racetrack still is Lenka and company. Now the checkup from the 55. Here comes Romero. He joins in 2 by 2 in the fight now for third spot. They still go side by side all the way down to the front straightaway. A Hornet's nest of battles. Tarango looks to run. Romero picked up 4 spots in the first lap alone.
Cam Becker was able to clear Connor Lipka, and now these 5 drivers behind him are left to battle it out for that third spot. Connor Lipka is in third. That was Tyson Underwood. Romero having contact in turn number 3. They're going to climb the hill towards turn number 5 now. Does anybody make a move? That's Sebastian Johnson there in tow. Underwood goes defensive on Romero. They're still having contact going down the hill towards 6, 7, 8, and 9. Tyson Underwood maintains that 4th position ahead of Romero. Johnson in tow there in that 6th spot behind him. It's Slater there, and then Braxton Mayers as well. This is a big group of go-karts for that battle for 4th. Out front, it's still Isaac Payne in the Mini-Max class who leads. Lipka there made a bit of a mistake through 11 and 12. Underwood now has a great run out of 13 to make something happen here. Let's see what the gap is. Tarango now leads ahead of Becker. 8 tenths is the gap. Cam Becker last time by was able to maintain that gap. He needs a bit more lap time though if he wants to close the gap to Lucas Tarango. Look at this. Teammates side by side up the hill. Connor Lipka on the inside, Underwood on the outside. Looks over his shoulder, sees no one's behind him there. He's going to slot back in line. Behind him, Sebastian Johnson. Bit of contact with himself and Paxton Romero, but it's all good. A little bit of side-by-side argy-bargy racing all throughout. This has been incredible as Underwood to the inside of his teammate. He's through. Now Lipka looking for the crossover move. They're going to climb the hill. I think Connor Lipka's got him cleared. No, he doesn't, because Underwood's going to fight back up the inside. Slides up the racetrack, slides up too far. Connor Lipka now with a crossover maneuver. Looks to be clear, but again, Underwood up the inside, making the inside work. crossover moves side by side on the exit. This is incredible stuff between two teammates. The more they battle, the more that Romero is right back in the thick of things. And now for Tyson Underwood, he's in third ahead of Lipka. Here comes Paxton Romero. Here comes Sebastian Johnson. Lipka back up to the inside. He reclaims third.
Still back and forth as they go down the banana straight, making their way back forward, back and forth, almost like a pendulum swing. 4 cars covered under a blanket as they make their way through turn 5. Another lunge, good defense once again for the 9. Underwood now tries to hold on to the podium spots. All while Romero tries to work through to the pack. Leica still in the midst of the Hornet's Nest. They work through turn 10, side-by-side boost. Yet again, off the racetrack to make some of the moves work is Romero. Right side of the track, Leica on the left side. Leica gets shoveled off. Romero going all full send just to be able to make some of these passes, not afraid to pick up a bunch of gravel on his tires.
This has been incredible stuff in the battle for third, fourth, and fifth. It's now Underwood in third, Romero, Lipka, then Sebastian Johnson sitting there in that 6th spot. Back to your leaders. The gap is cut down to 4.5 tenths between Lucas Tarango and Cam Becker. Look how close it is. It was 8 tenths a couple laps ago. It's less than 2 car length between the number 7 and the number 16 machine. This is not a battle for the championship. Lucas Tarango has that all but wrapped up at the moment for Cam Becker. He missed a couple rounds, and that put him out of contention for the championship. That being said, whenever he does show up, he has been the one main challenger for Lucas Tarango as the fight continues behind them. We're on lap 6 of 14, 8 to go here. This has been a chaotic opening 6 laps. It's only going to continue to be that way. As they round turn 13, Cam Becker has a great run. He pokes the nose up the inside. Are we going to see a late braking maneuver to turn 1? He thought better of it. Becker's going to slice wide there through 1, now towards turn 2. Do we see move towards the inside of turn 3? Not going to happen. Tarango goes slightly defensive there. It's going to compromise his exit as they climb the hill towards Banana Straight.
Becker all over the back bumper, still Tarango defending, now backs up to the racing line. Poke from the inside, Becker given plenty of space. Back to the race lead is Becker. Tarango looking for the response, rips it back, it gets turned. They both spin off in the S's, off the track, in the contact. Tarango still trying to get it fired up. My goodness, what a moment through the S's. Not a passing section, and Tarango pays the price.
That has opened the door for the rest of the field. Tyson Underwood is now your new leader. Cam Becker there after the contacts fell back to third. Now reclaims second, gets around Paxton and Romero there. It is chaos here in Micromax. And for Tyson Underwood, hasn't won a race all year in the Micromax class. He's 7 laps away from making it happen. Further back, it's Cam Becker. Then they're 3 wide for third. Romero, Lipka, Sebastian Johnson have contact through turns 2 and 3. And now Lipka's gonna be under fire from the 14 machine. He taps the helmet saying, let's stop fighting. We need to work together. We have a chance here at a race victory.
And a chance to be able to draft to close up. Underwood still vulnerable. They did not break the toe away from the toe. More sending at the back of the group. They're deciding, avoid the tap. Let's just go and fight each other instead. Leica amongst those able to jump up a couple spots from that shuffle there. All that's with the pressure already on. Look at this. Underwood already has Becker behind. Side by side. Leica still on the defense, losing spots on the shuffle. Johnson able to gain a couple spots back. The focus for the race lead is on. Coming around once again, about 6 laps to go. Already, Becker gaining back 3 to 5 car lengths in the course of 1 lap last time by. Becker able to avoid parts of the curbing this time. No chance for the lunge yet through turn 3. Now to the banana straight. Already nearly to the bumper. Becker looking for an opportunity to send for turn 5.
Climbing the hill, Underwood knows he's there, decides not to defend it. Cam Becker inside and through. The 16 machine had the lead a couple laps ago, lost it, now he's back in the lead. Underwood falls to second. This would still be a great run for Tyson Underwood if he can hold on to P2, but for Cam Becker, the pace that he's shown all race long, it would not surprise me one bit if he starts to pull away here from that battle for second. But Underwood thought about a move to the inside of turn 11 there. couldn't make it stick. So Underwood still all over the rear bumper of the 16 machine. This battle for the lead is not yet over. They're going to round turn 13 to see 5 laps to go here. Underwood head down, reducing drag on board that Micro Max machine through turns 1 and now turn 2. Becker goes way wide there, but look at the speed he's able to carry through turns 1 and 2. Underwood, a big mistake between 2 and 3. It's going to compromise his exit greatly as they climb the hill towards turn 5. Here's the battle for third. That's Sebastian Johnson. That's Romero. That's Connor Lipka. Look for a move potentially the inside here from Connor. Not going to happen. He's going to work with Paxton Romero to get back up to his teammate Sebastian Johnson. These three feel as though maybe if they work together, there's still hope that they can catch up to the 2 leaders out front who haven't pulled away tremendously over the 3 drivers on your screen right now. 4 laps to go for Isaac Payne in the Micro class, and wow, way wide. Braxton Mayers collects a cone, but you know what? Keeps it facing the right direction, so while a cone is knocked down, he is not. Great car control there from Braxton Mayers.
Well, you made the sim race connection earlier for some of the experience there. Cones survive in real life too, if depending on the context, the cones will be fine. All that's while the fight, well, it's about to have a lot of potential for contact. Already Romero having several scrapes on the number side. Through Banana straight to his left. Now to his left, the 44 of Leica. Trying to go the long distance around. Has the better run. Now he picks up a bit of draft. Better on the run through is Romero. Back to single file for the S's. Coming around to the final lap for their campaigns. Defense back. It's Leica on the crossback. Romero trying to get a pinch and another cross on his response. Leica using all the runoff space possible. Now all the way up to turn 11. Leica hard alongside the right side. Diamond yet again. Romero, the king of crossovers here today. Still trying to go for another one through 11, 12 and 13. Leica still, and all this still gets the spot in front of Romero for 5th. On track 4th in class.
Connor Lipka's on the charge here. 1 position away from a podium here in the Micro Max class as Isaac Payne is getting ready to cross the stripe to see 3 laps to go. It's still 4 to go for the Micro Max classes. Becker's lead over Underwood is 6/10 of a second. That gap has continued to grow at about a 10th a lap. So for Becker, he just needs to hold on for another 3.5 laps to get victory in round 8 here of the race Rotax US Trophy West Series. Further back though, the battle for 4th is heating up. Romero is not going to give up 4th that easily. Up the hill towards 11. No move incoming to the inside there. Lipka goes way wide though. That's going to hurt his exit. Romero senses it. Up on the wheel through 12 and 13. 3 laps to go here in Micro Max. Great exit there out of 13 for Romero. Potential move incoming to the inside. A little bit too far even with the help of the draft for Romero. Lipka can take the normal line. Doesn't have to worry about going defensive. Out of 1 through 2. Wary sideways again. He's been struggling for grip in that section of the racetrack, but it hasn't hurt him too much this time around. They're going to climb the hill. All of a sudden, Connor Lipka has found some new life on board that go-kart. Doesn't have to go defensive on Paxton Romero. He can actually face forward and go after his teammate, Sebastian Johnson. That's going to be the battle for the final step on the podium. This is a look at Cam Becker getting ready to cross the line here momentarily for 2 laps to go here in Micro Max, where he can see himself get another victory in this year's US Trophy West Series.
We touched upon this during the practice sessions, and it looks like Van Trumps, the 52, has now stopped the racetrack. It looks like they are stalled. Guido cannot get going at the side of the racetrack just off the circuit. You know who's been outright dominant in all of this, though? You talked about the storyline today when it comes to Payne. Well, Payne has continuously put hot lap after hot lap. A little bit slower in this feature, but that's to be expected with the hotter racetrack. He's still absolutely flying when you think about the context to the pace of the car. Becker, even more so, as the sun continues to get stronger and stronger, his pace has stayed strong as ever.
Final lap for Mini Max. Becker is getting ready to see the white flag momentarily there. So for Isaac Payne It's been very impressive all day for him, the lap times that he's been able to put down, even when he was out on racetrack yesterday with Jackson Porter and Gage Grant. Put up a great fight against those two drivers who ran the full season here in the U.S. Trophy West Series. 1 lap to go for Cam Becker. There's Isaac Payne rounding turn 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. The beautiful Grand Junction Motor Speedway racetrack with the S's and the hills that it provides. Rounds turns 10, climbing the hill towards turn 11 for Isaac Payne. A few more corners to navigate to claim victory here in the race. Rotax U.S. Trophy West Series presented by XScale Motorsports. 1 corner left. Isaac Payne rounds turn 13. He's going to win in Mini Max. You can see what it means to him there. Now back to the front in Micro Max. Cam Becker leads by over a second. 1.3 is the advantage for the MPG driver. We saw him have contact with Lucas Tarango earlier on in this race. It was just a racing incident. That's what happens when 2 of the top level micro drivers come together. Nonetheless, through turns 12 and 13 for Cam Becker. It's not the championship, but it's a victory here in round 8 of the U.S. Trophy West Series. Cam Becker wins in Micromax. Second place, it's going to go to Tyson Underwood after a hard-fought battle there. Was a couple laps short of a race victory. Sebastian Johnson is third here. Connor Lipka is going to round out your 4th place results there. Paxton Romero, your top 5. Braxton Mayers, then it's Slitter, Ayers, Coeto, and Tarango, your 2 DNF finishers there, with Coeto having a mechanical failure and Tarango not being able to refire that go-kart after the contact with Cam Becker there. A midway point in that one. Drama-filled Micro Max main event with your 2 main protagonists coming together midway through the race. A racing incident nonetheless, and for Cam Becker, he wins. He's victorious. But for Lucas Tarango, he's unofficially still your champion of Micromax.
Yeah, what a twist, though, when Tarango had that contact. His kart's still in the middle of the racetrack, by the way. An eventful race from that point forward. Where the points lie, no matter what happens, you can say Tarango had a rocket, but Becker just had a rocket that just happened to match on pace. What a race.
You mentioned it, right? Tarango's go-kart's still on the racetrack. Got a few karts to pick up here. So while we let the officials get those karts off the racetrack, there's a look at, I believe that is, in fact, Lucas Tarango. So he's off the racetrack there. You can see the dejection in his face, the body language there. He would have wanted to close out the season in dominant fashion. Nonetheless, though, he is unofficially still your champion of Micromax. That being said, while the karts get picked up off the racetrack, before we get ready for some Masters Max feature racing, it's time for a quick word from our sponsors.
We're at a commercial break.
Are you looking for an advantage in your competition? Well, Kart Class has done the hard work for you. We've travelled to your racetracks to give you the inside knowledge. So what does Kart Class offer? We've got drone footage that captures the racing lines. visual markers for your braking points, acceleration zones, and the best overtake opportunities on your racetrack. Pedal cam to show you where to brake and when to accelerate, and 360-degree footage to make sure you don't miss any parts on the racetrack. We've covered 13 racetracks in the United States, and Australia, you're up next. So visit kartclass.com to get your track information.
Here at MPG Motorsports, our main goal is to provide the best pathway into professional motorsports for our entire team, drivers and mechanics alike. We're based out of Whiteland Raceway Park in Indiana. For more information, contact us at chase@mpg-motorsports.com.
Can you hear it? 1 week where the silence is broken. $394 drivers, 60 nations, united in their goal to be the best, the very best.
This is the most equal race in the whole world. I will win. There's no opportunity. No.
Welcome back here to Grand Junction Motor Speedway. 2 more main events to go. Masters Max and Senior Max, beginning with the Masters Max drivers. On pole position, it's going to be Billy Cleveland on the inside, Christopher Mann on the outside. That is Clayton Kessler in that 3rd spot. Then it's Michael Altala, Rene Bine rounding out your field in Masters Max. They've put on an absolute show for us all weekend long. I expect more of the same here in this feature race.
And so far, we've seen some intense fighting for the race lead in this class. Each time, we've seen it almost swing. Man starts off strong, then someone passes him. Then somebody passes whoever takes the lead after that. It's a wrestling match from there. We're about set to go. Green flag waves. We're underway. Cleveland, who picked up both the heat wins in the end of those wrestling matches, tries to hold off Kessler. Man all over the back end of Kessler now for turn 3. They make their way now to the banana straight. Cleveland off to an early lunge and charge forward by a car length and a half. Kessler gets the draft. Already a defensive line for Cleveland. Kessler forced up to the left side of the track. Can't make the grip stick through turn 5. Now turn 6. That allows Man to work back to 2nd spot. Just like that, Cleveland already holding on to the lead with everyone focused more on second. Now Man tries to set that focus up to turn 11 for the race lead. No lunge opportunity. They stay single file as they go to 12, now up to 13 to close at the first lap of 16. And what already seems to be an eventful first couple laps on preparation with Man's pace on the prowl.
This is slightly uncharted territory here for Billy Cleveland. He's used to sitting in second and third all race long, making his move at the end of the race. Now on lap 2 of 16, he's the one leading the group. So I'll be curious to see if he almost wants to let Christopher Mann go, or if he feels comfortable out there in the lead and proving that he can do both sides of it here. Billy Cleveland so far is still your leader, ahead of Christopher Mann. These two have broken away slightly over Clayton Kessler, who struggles here in the opening stages of this race. You see the car sliding underneath them there, but using all the racetrack. On the exit of turn number 10, he's starting to claw his way back up to the front. It's a 3-car battle for the lead, and Masters Max like it's been all weekend long.
And now the big question is, does the trend go the same way? We've seen this race lead go. Somebody holds the lead for 4 laps. Pace swings back the other direction. Man's now in drafting pace difference. He looks right, now pokes a little left through turn 3. Now within a half a car length for the banana straight. Down to a quarter car length. Down to a 10th. No lunge for Man. He stays line astern for turn 5. They make their way now through the S's once again through the hillside. Cleveland rattles against the curb with the left side tires. Man tries to poke towards the left. Regroups, resets, tries to recharge the run. Get a clip of the run off to the right side. Now through turn 11. Slide out from Cleveland. Man follows suit. Lockstep amongst those drivers. Cleveland seems well composed again. In control up front with that experience at the World and at the Grand Final level.
Clayton Kessler, last 2 laps, has been quicker than your leaders. Goes way wide there in the exit of turn number 1. But nonetheless, the pace is there on board that comp kart machine. Cleveland still leads. Man in second. Does he go for a move on the inside of turn number 5, or will he continue to be patient? The answer so far is patience. Christopher Mann is doing the Billy Cleveland strategy as it stands, letting Cleveland now lead the race, and maybe he could be the one to pull out the checkmate on Cleveland here, just like Cleveland did on Christopher Mann in the heat races earlier today. Look at this, Clayton Kessler all over the rib upper now of Christopher Mann. He's been incredibly quick all weekend long on board that comp kart machine, but for one reason or another has yet to claim victory. This might be his chance here today in Grant Junction Motor Speedway as they round turn number 1 into turn number 2. Lap 5 of 16 underway here. 11 more laps to go for Billy Cleveland to hold on.
Now Cleveland rattles to the right side of the racetrack. Does Man get the crowbar out and poke his way to the right side of the racetrack? Still lots of time to work. Looks like Man saying, let's take some patience to work. Remember, throughout this entire season, these have been amongst your battlers in race after race, amongst your top 3. Kessler sends it, and Man doesn't appreciate that, raises the right hand. That allows Kessler, in turn with all that shuffling and argy-barginess, to jump up to P2. Kessler, now he looks hungry to try and charge, and we know he's not afraid to be aggressive no matter the time.
Billy Cleveland has dropped the tire on the exit of turn 13. An uncharacteristic mistake for him, and you can see what it cost him there. Down the straightaway, it compromised his exit speed, and on the straightaway, Clayton Kessler has closed the gap to less than 3 car lengths now. It is very close between your top 3 drivers, but I will say this much. After Kessler moved Man up the racetrack, if Man gets back to the rear bumper of Clayton Kessler, expect some fireworks there. You saw the frustration from Christopher Mann on the previous lap, throwing his right arm in the air, clearly expressing his frustrations with Kessler. Nonetheless, rounding turn 10 there, going all the way wide is Kessler. That is kind of his trademark from that corner. He goes wider than anybody else that I've seen in this Masters Max class. Lap 6 of 16 in the books. We're starting lap 7 now 9 laps to go here. We're 6 done, 7 laps now, 9 laps to go here for our Masters Max drivers. Another mistake there from Kessler, a little too wide out of 1. It's going to give Christopher Mann a great chance here out of turn 3. They're going to climb the hill towards Banana Straight now.
Right now, Kessler trying to recoil and recharge his run. Gets within the car length. Now back along through turn 5 up through the S's now. They drift and slide. Cleveland avoids all the curbing. Kessler eats the curbing up like it's breakfast. Works his way back along through turn 10. Now using every single inch of runoff space again up to turn 11. Cleveland has a lot of pressure building behind. Kessler saying, what are track limits? I have speed. When I have pace, I'm going to charge with the way it's shaping up. About halfway next time by, Kessler still can't close fully the 1 car length he needs to go with a lunge. More runoff used. Cleveland again able to hold serve up front.
This is going to take some heroic defensive driving here from Billy Cleveland to hold off Kessler and Mann, who seemingly are quicker than Cleveland at the moment. I thought for a moment that Kessler's going to move up the inside. Wow, he moves him up the racetrack there. Oh, and he lets him back through. That's sportsmanlike driving from Clayton Kessler to say, you know what, I moved to the racetrack, I'll let you back through, but now I'm going to go for the over-under move. He lets Billy Cleveland through just to pass him right back. Clayton Kessler, your new leader. Cleveland not afraid to let him go back through. He knows that he usually is very strong towards the end of the races. It's a little bit too early for Cleveland to go out there and make a move back towards the inside. We know his style of driving is patience, and it wouldn't shock me one bit if with a couple more laps to go, we see a move back to the inside. But Kessler, way wide. I can't really tell if that line is beneficial at all because you're able to carry more speed through turn 1, but you're also using more racetrack in turn number 1, making the track longer for yourself. Nonetheless, up the hill now for Kessler. Cleveland back through up the inside. Wow, slide job maneuver there. Makes it 6 side by side down the hill. Billy Cleveland back to the point.
Still not over yet. Kessler inside. Cleveland now gets the door slammed shut from the outside through turn 10. That opens up a chance for Mann. Mann takes a poke left side. Goes back single file for turn 11. Remember, all that really kicked off because the opening of one of the pop fouls for Cleveland that opened the door instantly for Kessler. For him to bounce back within half a lap shows a lot, but better yet to be able to hold on for the contact from the pop valve situation. Now, Kessler, he's looking for a clean pass to get the job done for the race lead. Diamond through turn 3, run to the banana straight. Once again, Cleveland looking down at the dash. Here comes Kessler. Can he do it clean this time? He goes right side. Last time had contact. This time avoids it. Side by side to the S's. Cleveland backs up. Gives Kessler the chance to run away. Gets Kessler the chance to lead for now. Now Cleveland is in his favorite spot to pounce for the later stages of this race.
Yeah, well, if a couple laps ago was anything to go off of, Billy Cleveland was not afraid to make a move to reclaim that top spot. So Billy Cleveland maybe trying an alternate strategy in this one, saying, you know what, I feel as though my pace is good enough to lead and hold off the drivers behind me. Lap 11 now of 16 underway. 5 laps to go. Kessler way wide again. Able to keep it on the racetrack, but for Billy Cleveland, all over the rear bumper. Christopher Mann has had the best seat in the house to get a front row viewing of the incredible action, but at some point, he's going to have to make a move count if he wants a chance at a race victory. Kessler starting to park it on the inside of the racetrack there, compromising the exit of all 3 drivers, but it's okay because when you're the leader, you can do that. That's where Kessler is very strong. Down the hill towards the S's, he's able to use a lot more curbing. He's almost a little more ambitious on the curbs than Cleveland and Mann are, and is helping him get good launches out of turn 9 and not get passed into 10. But this is a section of the racetrack where Billy Cleveland has been strong. Through 12 and 13, he gets great runs onto this front right away. Lap 11 done. We're on to lap number 12 now. 4 laps to go here in Masters Max.
More runoff space utilized by Kessler. All sorts of drifting on the rear tires with the way things shape out with the grip levels. Cleveland more stable through these corners. That opens up the banana straight for him. Does he take a run? Does he take a peek? Does he take a poke? No. Elects to go and lift and let the throttle breathe as he stays in the line. Man in the popcorn seat, struggling with grip in the S's in particular, is starting to lose ground as this race comes to its conclusion. All it's well, Kessler looking to see what Cleveland's move ends up being. Remember, Cleveland looking for the day sweep today. Can he do it again? Can he get another late race pass for a third time today in the course these next few laps to decide the win? Kessler right now seems to be calming down the runoff. Cleveland not using the chance to move up yet. Still lots of time to work with.
4 laps to go, 3.5 now as they climb the hill towards turn 5. Slightly defensive up the hill there, then opening up the corner is Clayton Kessler. Cleveland all over the rear bumper. Christopher Mann still playing the long game here, but there comes a point in time where when we see 2.6 in the air, Christopher Mann is going to have to make a move count if he wants to have a bid at that top step on the podium. For Kessler, he's quick enough down the hill and through turn 10 to where he doesn't have to defend that much in 11. So for Billy Cleveland, his move will most likely have to come in this section of the racetrack through 12, 13, and then in the early stages of this next lap, turn 1, 2, 3, and 4. But as they see 3 laps to go, Clayton Kessler, a small mistake under the braking there, that's going to hurt his exit out of 1 and through 2. Billy Cleveland starting to close in on the rear bumper of Kessler. So too is Christopher Mann. They're spread out enough to where I'd be shocked to see a move from this distance from Billy Cleveland, but I've seen crazier things. Not going to happen just yet. Clayton Kessler still leads, 2.5 laps remaining.
Remember, we talked about this earlier on in the broadcast today. Just the amount of waiting game we've seen from Cleveland. He likes to go at 2 to go. Pop valve seems to be the main issue, if anything, for him. He resets it for a second time this run. Now, can he finally get the go button to go? Looks like he's picked up the tempo all of a sudden. Now within a quarter, 2 laps to go. Cleveland to the bumper. Kessler goes way wide, way slidey. Cleveland for the lead. Contact from Kessler. Man waits in the popcorn seat. No chance to pounce yet. Now he does to second.
Christopher Mann, opportunistic move there. Didn't have to do much to make that move count. He's up to P2. Kessler up the inside, and he's back into P2. You don't want to fight too much for second. The second you give Billy Cleveland any bit of breathing room, he's going to take it and run with it. A lap and a half to go for the 658 machine. He climbs the hill towards turn 11 now. Clayton Kessler back on the rear bumper of Cleveland. They're getting ready to round turns 12 and 13 to see 1 lap to go.
Coming up to the final time. This time around, can Cleveland hold on for 1 more lap? Kessler looking for 1 more charge. He's sent it several times on lunges. Turn 3's been a favorite today. He tries to set it up there. Within a car length, not close enough for his favorite chance. Now looks to see if the banana stripe builds it. This has been everybody's best chance today. Mann more focused on second. Kessler tries to wrap it up. Kessler looks. Cleveland slams the door for the S's.
Down the hill, small mistake out of 6 there for Kessler. That might cost him a chance at a victory here. Through 9 and now turns 10. They're going to climb the hill to see turn 11 for the final time. Cleveland looks over his shoulder, sees that his gap is large enough to not defend. Through 11, down the hill, 2 more corners for Billy Cleveland. Through 12 and now 13 here in Masters Max today. Billy Cleveland sweeps the day and wins in Masters Max here in Grand Junction Motor Speedway. Clayton Kessler second, Christopher Mann a hard-fought third place results. In fourth, it'll be Michael Altala, then Rene Bine. That's your top 5 in the Masters Max class. But wow, Billy Cleveland able to fend off a charging Clayton Kessler in the closing stage of that one.
And it's again a Cleveland type of masterclass for the day. Everybody battles, takes advantage, builds up speed for 2 laps to go. After the lift of the pop valve, bam! Race lead, race victory, gets it done by half a second.
Incredible stuff here from Billy Cleveland. Sweeps today in Masters Max, and he wins in today's feature race. One more race to go, and it's the main event. It's Senior Max. You're not going to want to miss this. Do not go anywhere.
Got a new 219 chain. I need a 77 tooth sprocket. I need some more chain lube, and I need it probably as soon as like tomorrow. Dude, are you even listening? Like, we need this to run this weekend.
Want anything else?
What do you mean?
I already got it in the Kart on Acceleration Kart Racing's online store, bro. All orders over $200 get free shipping.
Oh, throw in a set of tires.
Done.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free on orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Shop AKR.com.
Are you looking for an advantage in your competition? Well, Car Class has done the hard work for you. We've travelled to your racetracks to give you the inside knowledge. So what does Car Class offer? We've got drone footage that captures the racing lines, visual markers for your braking points, acceleration zones, and the best overtake opportunities on your racetrack, pedal cam to show you where to brake and when to accelerate, and 360-degree footage to make sure you don't miss any parts on the racetrack. We've covered 13 racetracks in the United States, and Australia, you're up next. So visit carclass.com to get your track information.
Can you hear it? 1 week where the silence is broken. "394 drivers, 60 nations, united in their goal to be the best, the very best."
This is the most equal race in the whole world. I will win. There's no opportunity.
No one has ever won junior, senior and DD2 before, and that's what we're aiming for this week.
1 week where every second counts. Every corner, every pass. The competition does not get tougher than this, closer than this, more intense than this. "7 days full of pride, passion, your nation, your roots. Our family is united from all corners of the globe, now together as one. 1 week to change your future, your career, your life. The time is now. Be bold, be brave, be brilliant. Stand tall and celebrate. This is your week. And when all is said and done, and the silence returns, 12 months of hard work is about this week. 1 week. The 2022 Rotax Grand Finals.
Go-karts have hit the racetrack here to conclude today's racing action, and it's time for Senior Max. This is round 8 of Race Road Tax's U.S. Trophy West Series, presented by XCal Motorsports, and that man on your screen right there, Cooper Auclair, is your points leader heading into today. It'll take a lot to knock him off the top spot. He starts on pole position ahead of Theo Kakati. Then it's Spencer Smith, Rylance, Santora in the mix as well. This is a stacked field here. Anybody can have a say in who is victorious. We'll find out in 16 laps time. They round turn 11. A few more corners to go before they see the green flag. Auclair, Kakati, Spencer Smith, Adam Rylance, Griffin Dowler, Gio Santora, Frederick Lemieux, consistent in the heat races. She starts just outside of row 3 there. In row 4 on her outside is going to be Landon Billy. Then Micah Hendricks, after getting spun around in heat 2, he starts on the inside of row number 5 there. On his outside is going to be Travis Varney. Here we go. Down the front straightaway. Green flag almost out. Auclair versus Kakati on the front row. It looks as though the outside row is getting a decent jump here. Let's see who's going to get the better start. Inside row got a decent one. Outside was pretty good, though. It was great. Theo Kakati round the outside. He takes the lead over his teammate Auclair. Dowler up the third already. Smith down a spot the fourth. That's going to be Landon Billy getting pushed wide by Adam Rylance. Santora behind him. Hendricks behind him. Frederick Lemieux has lost a few spots in this one. That's Auclair's main rival in the championship as it stands. Wow, what a lunge to the inside. Dylan Archer, a 2-for-1 special in turn number 5. This has been absolute chaos to open up lap number 1.
And this has been the intensity we've seen, especially from the second of the heats, when Rylance and company were battling aggressively that led to blows. Rylance hasn't backed down the intensity at all so far. Again, trying to take some peaks, again resetting single file for now, but once again, the main trend for the first 2 heats continues. Kataki and Auclair, those two working together to run away.
Let's see how it all shapes up. There's a move to the inside. Spencer Smith is through on Griffin Dowler. Gio Santora, a couple corners ago, got around Rylance as well. Here it is. It's like old school NASCAR racing there. Tandem out front, 2 by 2. There goes Rylance to the inside of Santora. Micah Hendricks, he might go for a 2-for-1. He'll at least claim 1 spot there. After starting outside the top 8, he's up inside the top 6. What a start for Micah Hendricks. Look at that group behind here. Wow, Travis Varney all the way in the grass to avoid Landon Billy, who has a mechanical failure and is out of this one. He was in the grass at the end of the opening lap there, and now he's parked in the dirt, and his race is done. We're on to lap 3 of 16 here. There's Rylance. He's in 5th. He's got a gang of go-karts behind him that includes Micah Hendricks and others inside and through. Micah Hendricks is now clear of Rylance. There's contact. His front to rear bumper there. This is chaos here in Senior Max, and Rylance senses the pressure behind him. He knows that he has to go through and does so. Adam Rylance brings Gio Santora with him as well. Rylance back to 5th, Santora to 6th, using all the curbing and then some to make sure that Micah Hendricks doesn't get back around him behind Hendricks. That's Frederick Lemieux. Then it's going to be Savannah Callis and Travis Varney as well. It's a group of 6 go-karts for the battle for 5th.
Rylance, I will say, with how we've seen him brace today, hasn't made too many friends in this, but at the same time, it's been exciting to see. All that's opened up the door for the race leaders to run. Auclair now taking the swap around, getting it around to the outside on Kataki. These two haven't been able to fully run away this time, I've noticed, because Smith and Dowler are working together in the same fashion. That's the first time we've seen the third on back anybody have a chance to reset. As more lunges, more sends, Santora wants his spots back from earlier from Q.
Gio Santora back inside the top 5. If they stop battling, there's still a chance that they can get up to the top 4. Speaking of the top 4, Spencer Smith and Griffin Dowler have been impressive. They're matching the pace roughly of your 2 leaders, Auclair and Kakati. This is the first time all day long where there's been other drivers that have been able to match the pace. Speaking of matching the pace, Smith and Dowler again equal to what your two leaders did last time by. If they continue at this pace for the remaining 11 laps, it'll continue to put pressure on Eau Claire and Kakati to not put a foot wrong. Speaking of which, though, the pressure is on for Gio Santora to hold on to that 5th place spot. Here comes Adam Rylance all over the bumper. No move there. He decides, you know what? Enough of this racing business. We're going to go and work together and see if we can catch up and get a podium position with the pace that we have.
And right now, that's going to be a critical thing. Can they get enough pace? Right now, the 1/10 of a lap difference, not going to be enough if you even swing it the way of Smith and Dowler. Right now, this pack in turn that's been amongst the heaviest of the battlers still has Rylance that really has been bouncing around a lot. There's a little bit more time for him to regroup and regather maybe compared to last ones, but it's been made pretty clear he prefers to be the lead car, and that's kind of the hard thing is not everybody has the same blueprint that says Rylance wants to be the lead car and it will work. It's pretty clear. If you're amongst those camp of machines of the comp cards, for example, there's been rapid pace and rapid ability to pass from all of them in just about every class we've seen them today.
Yeah, so far so good for Gio Santora, but a pack of hungry wolves behind him. Rylance sits in 6th. Micah Hendricks has closed that gap up. He wants a piece of that top 5 on the bumper now of the blue and red machine of Adam Rylance. Behind Hendricks is Frederick Lemieux. She's had an up and down day today. This has been the best that she's done all day long. Has found some extra pace on board that OTK machine, but a mistake in turn number 1. It might cost her a spot. The Travis Varney, good job to hold on through 2, but not through 3. Travis Varney now up inside the top 8. Gio Santora has done it well here to extend his lead slightly over Adam Rylance, who's driving smart there, trying to stay behind Santora. Frederick Lemieux not staying behind Travis Varney. She's back up into the top 8.
And she's been needing this type of a swing all day in terms of speed because the qualifying was a struggle towards the teens much of the session. In the heats was a struggle. Didn't get higher than about 8th, 9th, maybe 10th at best most times. This is kind of a swing that at the very least is a good momentum builder for the future runs. This race, not exactly how Lemieux needed the championship to have things swing today to close out the campaign here with this 8th round.
Here's a look at your lead group. They pulled away from Spencer Smith and Griffin Dowler. The lead is now 1.8 over the battle for 3rd. This battle will continue to rage on for the remaining 8 laps. We're halfway home here in Senior Max for Cooper Eau Claire to continue his dominant weekend. He's been incredible all year long. There's a reason why he's the points leader heading into today, but he has a former top 10 finisher in the Rotax Grand Finals behind him. He's got to fend him off here to see if he can claim victory in round 8 of the U.S. Trophy West Series.
And I think it's going to be quite simply, does Kataki line up a run, yes or no? We've seen it in Heat 2. Once Heat 1, the 55 points went the way of Eau Claire. The camp, you could tell what the 5 said, go on, race clean. Just don't wreck each other. That's the first rule being a teammate. And these two have raced each other cleanly, respectfully, back and forth racing, just to work as a unit to make it just a 2-car race. If you're out in the paddock right now, I think their team is going to be very happy with how both of them have raced each other and raced the field with how dominant they've been today. Now it's just, does Kataki get enough of a boost the second half of the race to take the win from Eau Claire, or does Eau Claire cap off the run with another dub?
We're on to lap 10 of 16. 7 laps to go here. 6.5 for Cooper Eau Claire. The gap is a 10.5. You can see it on your screen there. It's almost less than a car length. It's about a car length now. Up the hill into turn number 5. No move there for Theo Kakati. He's playing the long game here. He knows what it takes to beat a driver of Cooper Auclair's level. It takes a lot to make it happen, and so far, so good for Cooper Auclair, but with Kakati all over through a bumper, I thought for a moment he was going to sneak one there in turn 11, but I believe, if I had to make a guess here, with Theo Kakati, with his experience level, with knowing how difficult it is to beat Cooper Auclair, I'm sure he's thinking of exactly what Auclair did to him yesterday, which is making a move with 2 to go, catching your opponent off guard. It wouldn't shock me one bit if that's what we see here. Continue to work together, extend the advantage. Nope, I lied. Theo Kakati says, I want top spot and I want it now. 5 laps to go. Was it too early? We're going to find out in 5 laps time here. Auclair decides to wait behind Kakati. I'm sure Cooper Auclair might be pleasantly surprised to see that Theo went early here, because now if you're Cooper Auclair, you're in the catbird seat. You can sit back and see maybe where you're losing time to Kakati and just sit in the draft, wait, bide your time, and do exactly what happened yesterday, which is pass Theo Kakati with 2 to go. But with the pace that Kakati has shown over the last couple of laps here and over the course of this lap, he's starting to extend his lead here about a kart length and a half, maybe 2 kart lengths. So for Theo Kakati, did he time it right? We'll wait and see.
Yeah, that's the huge question, right? Because you open up the chance for, especially with how big the draft has been in this class, for the banana straight to be a wide open opportunity to make the pass. Just watch right here. That's already half a car length in the span of about 10 words said. Auclair, if he wanted to, could send it each time, but that's not the smart play. The smart play is wait until you do the script line you said, or you get enough of a draft that carries you side by side in a position where it's so late in the race, you can't respond back. That might be even the last lap, not just 2 laps to go, because if you leave 2 laps to go, in theory, Kakati could still respond back and get the draft the next straightaway down the front stretch, take the lead back, and then you end up flipping the coin again if Auclair is able to get a run again. So it's all up to how Auclair wants to play this, how late he's willing to leave it.
This is one of the many intricacies of being a racing driver. Where do you make your move? Where do you place your chess pieces? For Cooper Auclair, it's lap 13, inside and clear. 2.5 laps to go, similar to what we saw yesterday. Auclair loves to lead with 2 to go and control the outcome of a race himself. Here we go. We're getting ready to see 3 or so laps to go here. Lap 13 almost in the books. We're about to cross the stripe for lap 14 of 16. Cooper Auclair, your new leader. They can afford to fight like this because the battle for third, while that's heating up between Smith and Dowler, the gap is 2.8 seconds. Matter of fact, Smith has left Dowler by about a second and a bit. So for Spencer Smith, if he can hold on for 3 more laps, that's a 3rd place result there for the 305 machine.
Kakati still well in terms of that experience, that wealth of experience in terms of knowing it's my teammate. I know how he races. I know this is how he's going to likely race this moment of the race. Try and use the psyche almost a little bit in that regard. Remember, he's been amongst those able to move up through the ranks through junior max, through senior max, been a top competitor. In fact, top 25 back in 2019 at the junior max level. It takes a lot of effort and it takes a lot of racecraft, but also smarts in terms of knowing what your opponent's going to do to make sure you make the move right. We're at 2 to go, so now when does Kakati make the cut alongside?
1.5 laps to go, and there it is. To answer your question there, Justin, Kakati says the time is now. We're on lap 15 of 16, 1.5 to go, and Theo wants to be the one to maintain the gap. Auclair says, I'll take it right back. Look for the crossover, side by side down the hill. Theo Kakati reclaims that top spot, extends his lead by about a kart length and a half, but we know with how strong the drafters are around this place, don't be surprised to see Cooper Auclair back on the bumper.
Especially since he's got a deep run in the drafts, just as large, if not a little bit larger than Kikati here today. White flag is out. Final time around already. The 333 looking in the back as Eau Claire looks for the run.
Out of one into turn two. They only have about 11 more corners to navigate. Kikati got caught off guard there, looked back, and almost lost the go-kart between 2 and 3. Now they climb the hill, down Banana straightaway into turn number 5. Kikati driving with his mirrors, essentially. Eau Claire goes high, Kikati low, look for the crossover. He parks it on the apex. This is masterful defensive driving here from Theo, who's looking to claim victory here in round 8 of the U.S. Trophy West Series. He has 5 more corners to go. Make it 4 as they climb the hill towards turn 11. Over his shoulder, bottom of the racetrack. Eau Claire goes lower than his teammates. He's going to drive him wide. They're side by side on the exit. Eau Claire hopping in his seat, trying to find every bit of pace out of that go-kart. 2 more corners to go. Kikati low, Eau Claire high. Down the front straightaway. It's not going to be enough. Theo Kikati wins in Senior Max. Cooper Eau Claire is your champion in Senior Max, and he's going to win a Grand Finals ticket.
And how about that thrilling race again? You mentioned Kikati having to choose the right time. It looks like the power of teamwork. They raced each other clean. They didn't make contact with each other. They gave each other space. Well done, 1 and 2 for their team.
Theo Kikati wins ahead of Eau Claire. After all that battling, it was only 9/10 separating the top 2 from Spencer Smith. He was probably watching that and saying, you know what, if I had one more lap, I would have had a chance at this one. For Griffin Dowler, that's a 4th place result for him. Gio Santora almost got around Dowler at the end there. He finishes in 5th. Adam Rylance in 6th place there. Micah Hendricks 7th. Travis Varney 8th. Joel Lewis 9th. Frederick Lemieux rounds out your top 10 here in Senior Max. What a day of racing here in Grand Junction Motor Speedway here in Grand Junction, Colorado. You can see the beautiful mountains there in the background. You don't see that very often at a racetrack, especially one of this caliber. Grand Junction Motor Speedway didn't cease to disappoint us. It was incredible racing all day long, all weekend long at the beautiful GJMS racetrack. I hope that we can go karting around here more often soon, because the Race Rotax series certainly provided all the action. For myself, Alexander Searle, and Justin Prince in the booth, thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you guys next time.